Well, good morning from the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground once more here in Grosseille, St. Lucia, and we welcome you into the stadium for the third and final unofficial one-day match between West Indies A and Bangladesh A, a virtual final that has been set up courtesy a victory from the West Indies A in the first one-day match. Putting the Bangladesh team under some pressure early on, and the Bangladesh A team responding well in the second ODI to overhaul the West Indies A team, setting up this virtual final. So both teams are looking to get this victory and win the series today. And alongside me in the commentary booth, Mr. Sunil Ramdeen. Good morning, Sunil.
Good morning, Visham. Good morning to all our viewers and listeners all over the world who are taking this in. A special good morning to all of those out in Bangladesh who will be still up. It's evening time in Bangladesh, and they'll be taking in this very exciting game today. We expect to get a full day's play. There is some prediction that we might get some rainfall. We are seeing a couple of gloomy clouds, but the good news is that we have a brisk wind, and that usually takes the clouds away from us, Visham.
Yeah, definitely. So lots of rain recently, but the rain seemed to have not been here at the ground, at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. But good news for the West Indies very early on in this game. Josh De Silva again winning the toss. Mohammad Mithun cannot seem to call it right. And De Silva winning the toss and electing to bat first for the first time in the series.
Certainly, Visham. Bright sunshine, we finally got Visham Lalman to stop singing. He's been singing since he landed in St. Lucia, and it's resulted in some heavy weather, but Visham has taken our advice finally. He's dancing these days, not singing. And the weather looks great, Visham. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Yeah, you know, I like to sing, but finally you've gotten me to dance.
So, as you said, Visham, it's practically a final. The West Indies, both teams, will have a point to play. Mithun, as we know, the captain of the Bangladeshi team, very serious cricketer, and I like that about him. He's taking the series very seriously, as we see the teams now coming onto the ground. Bangladesh decked out in green, the Tigers, and we're seeing the opening pair as well, led by skipper Josh De Silva walking out, Visham, for the West Indies.
Yeah, and looking at the two teams for today for the West Indies A, Josh De Silva, Ali Catanese, Tej Chandapal, Brian Charles, Justin Graves, Devin Imlach, Sherman Lewis, Makino Minley, who comes into today's game in place of Preston McSween, who's the 12th man for today, Anderson Phillips, Shamar Springer, and Teddy Bishop. And for the Bangladesh A, the captain Mohammad Mithun, Jaka Ali Anik, Mrityunjoy Chowdhury, the left-arm seamer who comes in to replace, of course, that man Saeed Khalid Ahmed, and Saif Hassan, Hussein Shadat Dipu, Islam Mukidul Mugdo, Muhammad Naim Sheikh, Rahman Reju Raja, Rakibul Hassan, Sabir Rahman, Soumya Saka, and the 12th man, Hassan Mahmudul Joy.
So Joshua De Silva deciding to have a knock on this occasion. Visham, we know that an early morning Daren Sammy, the pitch at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, early morning does have something in it for the seamers. There's some bounce, there's some movement. But of course, I think really some steady application. You will get the ball coming onto the bat, and I certainly think the West Indies batsmen will be looking to post a solid score, anywhere close to 300. Should be competitive on this ground.
Yeah, they've had some tough times with the bat of recent, the West Indies A team. And despite dismissing the Bangladesh A team for 80 in the first one-day match of the series, they were not able to bat that well. They lost 6 wickets to get up to 81. And they failed to chase down that total set by the Bangladesh A team in that second one-day game as well. So they need to do better in their batting effort today, and batting first.
And led by Tej Chandapal, they call his dad Tiger. Don't know what they call him. Maybe Little Tiger. But he's certainly proven to be a solid foundation for this West Indies team, both in the unofficial tests and so far in the in these one-day games. He'll be looking to bat through the innings.
Yeah, he's looked really good, really solid, and he's partnered Josh De Silva well in these two one-day matches. De Silva had a half-century as well in the second game. Here's Mukidul Islam Mugdo with the first ball. And just wide to start. to get a bit closer, but he's just settling in at the moment. Only the first delivery of the morning.
And opting to go right arm around the wicket, trying to get that ball moving, coming into the left-handed Chanderpaul. He's gonna be watchful. I always feel that up to the left-hander, your option is to really go across him. But of course, they'll have their eyes on managing the score as well, Bangladesh.
It's a better line there from Mugdhu, making the batsman play, and Chanderpaul being dismissed to a short pitch delivery in the last game, playing on a delivery onto his stump, just above his head. Took that delivery from outside the off. Somebody was looking to take it and play it into the onside. So the Bangladesh A team would be wary of that.
The West Indies A, I think, and the West Indies overall, Visham, one-day internationals have proven to be a bit of a bane recently. I think they'll be looking to certainly set this right in this game.
Yeah, they will. And of course, against the Bangladesh A, in their last series, the West Indies A team would have won that series 2-0. That was played in 2011 in Annos Vale in St. Vincent. And the West Indies would have won the first two games of that series. So they've had good fortunes against the Bangladesh A team in the one-day format.
Yeah, but the Achilles heel for the West Indies, both senior team and we saw in the previous one-day, continues to be their batting.
Yeah, and a key thing that he would put down to that led to that would have been what seems to be a disability in the West Indies team to rotate the strike early on.
Let me say good morning as well to all our viewers in lovely St. Lucia, coming to you live from the Helen of the West this morning. St. Lucia waking up on this gorgeous Saturday morning. Hopefully we'll get a few people coming in. I'm sure it's going to be a great day of cricket, Vishal.
Yeah, there were a number of kids that came into the ground for the first two one-day matches. This time short from Mugdhu. That's first runs on the board for Chanderpaul and the West Indies. This one is running away close to the boundary at deep mid-wicket. And this is brilliant running from Chanderpaul and the Silver to get 3.
Certainly 3 on. You don't want to bowl short to Daren Chanderpaul. What we've seen so far in this series, he's very competent with the short ball, very competent in terms of pulling it, working it away. You wouldn't think that shot gels with his character, but it's certainly a good weapon to have in his overall arsenal.
Yeah, he plays the short ball well, and we've seen him been dismissed, a number of occasions in this series to the full pitch deliveries, and he has shown the tendency to edge a number of those deliveries that's pitched up and swinging. The Silver is going to take strike now to Mugdhu. He's going to have his first look of him today. And he's just looking to play and leave at the last moment at the end of the first over. The score here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. West Indies A batting first, 3 without loss.
This pair, Visham, they'll certainly want to go on, want to continue, put up a big opening partnership. They do have quality batsmen in middle order, but of course in a 50-over game, I think one of the challenges for the West Indies team has always been pacing their innings. Recently, I think batsmen understanding what their role is, who plays through, who rotates the strike, who are the finishers. I think those are lessons that the team, things they really need to get right. Let me say good morning to Joseph Redspur as well. Congratulations. His team Tottenham Hotspur, a rare victory for Tottenham, 1-0 over Wolves today. Takes them to the top of the Premier League. Good morning, Joseph.
So Joseph Redspur was here in the last game.
I hear he's a big fan of you, Vishal.
Well, I'm not too sure about that, but I know he was here in the commentary box with us in the second unofficial one-day match. Looks to be Mritunjoy Chowdhury coming into the attack from the Kaimaji end, and Chanderpaul just working that one into the onside for a single, so negotiating Chowdhury well. Well, that's his first delivery.
Chowdhury coming in for this game and getting very close to the umpire, getting very close to the wicket as he delivers, trying to bowl wicket to wicket, make the batsman play. Let's see what his continues over the wicket for the right-handed Joshua Da Silva. Will be looking to get that ball moving across Da Silva. Has one slip, a fielder in a sort of fourth slip area as well. Big gap in the middle.
Excellent delivery there from Chaudhary. Just had Da Silva playing at that one. And that's the length, that's the line that tempts the batsman to play outside that off stump. The 3/4 length. And it seems as though Chaudhary just being issued a warning here by umpire Christopher Taylor. Maybe running into that danger area.
Yeah, as I said, he was getting very close to the umpire just before he delivered. So he really has to work hard to get off that key area. In front of the umpire. Let's see what he does with this delivery.
It's a lovely shot from Josh Da Silva. What a way to get off the mark, straight back past the bowler for 4.
Yeah, you're wondering if that little word from the umpire maybe played a little bit on Chaudhary's mind, missing his length totally with this delivery, possibly focusing on trying to get off that 8 danger area. But honestly, Visham, I think he did still run into that danger area. We see the umpire looking at that spot again. But lovely drive, Da Silva capitalizing on that overpitch delivery.
Yeah, not looking to overhit the ball. All timing there from Da Silva. A bit shorter. It was expected after overpitching. Just pulling back the length.
So I believe Chaudhary does have some thinking to do here. I think umpire Taylor is really keeping his eye on where he runs after delivering, and he continues, I think, Visham, just encroach a bit on that restricted area. As you can see, there he goes, almost straight down the wicket instead of pulling off to the side as you'd expect.
Again, that foot seemed to have been going into that danger area.
So he has to be careful. The last thing Mithun will want is for his bowler and a left arm seamer. Chaudhary's looked good. Apart from that overpitch delivery, the last thing he'll want is for Chaudhary to pick up a couple of warnings and then won't be able to bowl.
Yeah, and Chaudhary gets the ball to skid on. And it won't attack the stumps of Josh Da Silva. Da Silva has that tendency of getting out, playing round the front pad. A bit too wide there to interest Josh Da Silva. If the second over comes to an end, it's 8 without loss, 5 runs coming from the over. And he's still having a word with Chaudhary there, umpire Christopher Taylor.
Yeah, I think Chaudhary's going to have to watch that one. I'm sure his skipper Mithun will have taken note of that as well. We possibly may see a switch of ends, just to be careful, but we'll see how he handles it in his next over. But good steady start from the West Indies batsmen so far. They look pretty settled. Josh Da Silva, Daren Sammy.
We would have seen the West Indies senior team going on to the Black Caps last night. And despite a brilliant knock of 52 by Yannick Carrier, here's Mukidul Mugdo. Just a bit too wide. Chandapal, as patient as he is, he's not going to chase those deliveries outside that off stump that much early on in his innings.
This A-team tour, of course, I think, and certainly you must commend Cricket West Indies for carrying on the series. I think very much they should try to have as many of these tours as possible. Expose the players as much as they can.
It's a better delivery, and yeah, definitely so. And the Bangladesh, we must commend the Bangladesh A team as well for standing up and touring the West Indies for this A series, and it's all to develop their young players and the West Indies young players as well as they look to head maybe into the senior team.
It's been a tough tour. It's been a tough tour, rain affected as it is.
This one played into the onside by Chandapal. not convincingly, and he has to settle for one.
Yeah, I don't think that's where he intended for that ball to go. Looking to step across his wicket, trying to get close to the line of that delivery. I think he was trying to work that through the offside, and there is a gap. There is, once you beat the fielders close in on the offside, he's going to pick up runs. But that one just getting some movement back in, taking the inside half of the bat, trickling on to the onside.
Two slips awaits for Josh De Silva. That's good bowling there from Mugdo, right on target. And you're mentioning the importance of this series, and prior to it, lead selector Sir Desmond Haynes would have said that it's all in a cause to broaden the pool and to look closer at players for the longer format and the 50-over format.
And when players perform, you'd want to think that they get a chance. And it was really good to see Yannick Carrier being given the call up to the senior West Indies team.
So played away for one. And yes, certainly he's made use of that. Not just Yannick Carrier, but we've seen Kevin Sinclair, the guy, and he's getting the opportunity in the one-day format as well, picking up 4 wickets yesterday. That was spectacular bowling from him. Yeah,
lots of promise with Kevin Sinclair. Josh De Silva, of course, rotating the strike, but if you notice, Visham, he plays with his legs very close together. He doesn't really get that left leg out as much as I think he would like to, and I'm sure it's something that these fielders, they do all the video reviews, the Bangladesh team, they'll probably have kept their eyes on.
Trademark leave there from Chandapal to finish the over 10 without loss. West Indies.
Run rates of just over 3.33. They won't worry about that. It's 50 over game. Lots of time left in this game. The openers are there to do a job. They're there to see off the front line attack. But a few runs on the board. And so far, so good. So, Chowdhury, continuing.
Yeah, and looking at the leading run scorer chart for this series thus far, Josh De Silva second with 85 runs. Mohammad Naeem Sheikh, who had a century in the last game, he's right atop with 103. Silva favours that own side a lot, but he finds it difficult on some occasions when he plays around that front part, as I said. But that's something we see a lot from wicketkeeper batsmen.
Yeah, other than that, pretty solid batsman, Josh De Silva. And it's interesting to see him choosing to open in these unofficial ODIs.
He's taken a leg stump guard, Josh De Silva. I think with an open stance, he likes to do that. And that allows him to access the offside and the onside easily. And yeah, it's good to see him taking that opportunity upon himself just to, open the innings, get right into the game, and look to give a good start to the West Indies A team early on.
Chowdhury will have to be very good with his line. There's not too much protection on the leg side. Short mid-wicket, mid-on fine leg. Anything down the leg side could be runs.
Fine leg there, wide fine leg in place, so he'll have to take one there, Josh De Silva. He's looking to drive that through the offside, but again, that movement from the left arm seamer coming back in, so it took the inside edge. I think the key thing here for the West Indies A team would be to get a good platform from these openers.
Lots of room, Hisham, if you're thinking of coming down. Johnson Charles Stan, you could take a couple more people, I think.
Lots more people. I can see a couple persons in there.
Solutions love their cricket, and it's something that I've always been really impressed about. You find a lot of young people still very much involved in cricket. There's a vibrant school tournament. the under-19 tournament, like I said, which didn't quite get going this year. Hopefully, they'll get that underway next year. And you see a lot of young St. Lucian talent progressing to the West Indies youth teams.
Nice looking shot there from Chandler Paul. It's a bit to the left of that fielder again, and he could have gotten 4 there. Outfield looks in supreme condition on that end.
Yeah, I just couldn't get it into the gap between those two fielders. Good work moving across sharply to the left to just keep them down to 1 run.
You would have seen a couple drop catches in the last game from the Bangladeshis, from the West Indies A team as well. Side down the leg side, that could run away for 4. We'll have to wait and see if De Silva got bat onto it. No, he didn't. Umpire Taylor raises the right leg and signals leg by. So 4 leg bys. Poor line there from Mrityunjoy Chowdhury.
Yeah, and as I said, Chowdhury has to be really tight with his line. Anything on the leg side runs the risk of giving away lots of runs. The boundaries that are straight, they're very short. As you said, Visham, in spite of the rain, this field has had a chance to dry up a bit, and the outfield at the Daren Sammy Stadium has always been pretty quick, and we saw that one running away to the boundary at fine leg for four extras.
In the last game, we see a number of shots from the batsmen that raced along the ground for 4. De Silva is on 6, and Chandler Paul's on 6 as well. 16 without loss. Not a bad start from the Bangladesh bowlers. Mugdo, the better of the 2 bowlers at the moment. It's a lovely shot past that forward square leg fielder, and that's going to run away for 4. So Tejarine Chandler Paul picks up his first boundary of the morning. Score moves on to 20 without loss. 2 straight there from Mugdo, and Chandler Paul whipping it away nicely on the onside.
Yeah, shades of his dad, Shiv there with that shot. All timing. And as I said, this outfield, it's really dried out a bit. Once you get it in the right areas, you're going to pick up runs.
And while many would associate Chandler Paul with being a patient player, he shows the intent as well to be aggressive when he needs to.
Yeah, you're right, Visham, and he does have that in him once he settles in. And as we see, he's working his crease, getting across his stumps, trying to make room on that leg side.
Punching through the offside. This could run away. It's running away quickly, and that's 4 more. Yes, it is. So Chandler Paul getting into the action.
Great shot by Shiv Chan. There you go. Great shot by Tejarine Chandler Paul. Forgive me, Tej, and I know he is an excellent batsman in his own right. So we want to take him out of that shadow of his dad and certainly let him stand on his own. Once played Larry Gomes in that Indian film 1983. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think I saw that.
You think or you did?
No, I read about it.
So you didn't see it?
No, I saw the article that,
you didn't see the film?
Was written about Chandler Paul being Larry Gomes in that.
I tell you what, if you get a chance, take a look at it. Really good movie, a bit dramatic. Good movie. Didn't quite get the timing on that delivery. Strong offside feel as well.
Chowdhury realizing that he was a bit too straight and too full in the first delivery of the over, looking to pull back the length now. But if he's doing that, he needs to get a bit closer to Chandler Paul. Don't offer him that room on the offside. Oh, just like that. Chandler Paul getting into a tangle.
Yeah, that's always a risk, moving across his stumps as much as he is. Now, it's a lot of movement across to the offside, so he's probably outside the line of the off stump, but he still has to be careful with that delivery coming in. And I know that Mugdo, he's going to take note of that. Don't be surprised if you see one full into the pads of young Chandler Paul.
Smart batting there from Chandapol. Good running between both men. Good backing up from the Silva as well. I'm surprised that Mithun has taken out that second slip and only gone for one slip.
I think it's because the Mugger's bowling around the wicket and so wide around the wicket that the ball is really coming into Chandapol, not going to cross him as it would have if he was bowling over the wicket, which may have prompted that move, Vishal.
Has a gully fielder in position for Josh De Silva, who fends a lot of deliveries on the up in that area. But the fifth over comes to an end. 25 without loss. Going at fives at the moment, the West Indies A. So this is a good start from both teams. I think the West Indies A would be a bit happier of the two teams at the moment. But Bangladesh A team, they would be very wary of what both these batsmen can do. And they'll want to knock over one of these two batsmen very early. Get into that West Indies A batting lineup. Because we've seen that middle order be a bit weak in this series. Not helping the cause of the West Indies A team.
So what do you think, what sort of score do you think is going to be competitive here, Visham?
I think maybe a 250 is going to be a competitive score. But we saw the Bangladeshis get up to 277 in the last game. Chowdhury, the Chandapol, who just defends, and the ball rushing on to Chandapol. Chowdhury has looked to be the tighter of the two bowlers, but in doing so he's been a bit too straight on some occasions.
Yeah, bowling wicket to wicket, and you take Daren Chandapol, anytime he strays with his line, Chandapol will be looking to capitalize.
That's a good line and a good length that you'd want to operate to Daren Chandapol.
Yeah, I think Chandapol trying to get a sense of the pace from this end of the wicket. He seems to have really settled in well, batting from the end closer to the pavilion. But he hasn't faced too many deliveries from this end, which is closer to the media centre. So probably just trying to get a sense of the pace of the pitch from this end.
Looking to drive that one expansively, not getting hold of it as he would have liked. And this is a track that we would have seen, in all of the games in the series, be it the test matches or the first two one-day matches. I think this track has the least amount of grass on it.
This is a good thing. I think certainly for a one-day game, that's what you want to see. Chandapol trying to be a little bit creative with that last shot. Not quite working out the way he would have wanted.
Excellent work of his own bowling there from Chowdhury. You speak about supporting your bowler. Well, there he was supporting himself, setting the example.
Well, for a minute I thought Chowdhury was at Redwee Beach, where you were yesterday, Visham Lalman, posting some lovely pictures of that beautiful beach at Redwee, and I saw you had your pet fish diving all over the waters there. Quite a creative young man with the IG.
I try a thing or two.
But he certainly put in a dive there, didn't he?
Good looking shot through the onside. Chandapol can earn his third boundary here, and yes he does.
That's the shot. That's what he was looking for. And as we were saying earlier, Visham, anytime Chowdhury strays with that line, Daren Chandapol is going to capitalize. He did exactly that, again walking across his stumps, knowing that there's a lot of room on the onside. This time he found the gap perfectly and picks up another boundary.
That's what Chowdhury would want. He'd want Chandapol playing the deliveries, looking to play those deliveries into the onside, but not with that line of the delivery.
Yeah, what I'm surprised I haven't seen yet, with Chandapol walking across the wicket so much, that they've not pitched up the ball. They've not tried to use the Yorker to him.
So he's showing good temperament, and while showing that, he has been playing the ball as merit, putting away the bad deliveries and defending the good deliveries presented by the Bangladesh A-team bowlers. 29 without loss.
So the little tiger looking good. He's moved on to 19, and you can see Daren Chanderpaul has that hunger, has that desire for accumulating runs, Visham, which I think is really something that we want more of our batsmen in the West Indies in the regional setup to show. And it's really good to see that hunger for runs, for big innings.
Yeah, certainly. And I think the West Indies senior team would have been lacking that a bit. It's good to see the youngsters standing up. And Mugdo has looked really good from the media centre end.
Yeah, just into the 7th over of the innings now. The run rate, just under 5, just around 4.7. Decent run rate at this point. They'll want to keep it around 5 for as long as they can, certainly throughout the innings, and then accelerate toward the end.
Mugdo would have had 2 for 33 in the first and 3 for 32 in the second one-day match. Some bounce on offer there from him.
Yeah, good delivery, good carry as well. Joshua De Silva, watchful. Good leave. We see the slip fielder standing pretty wide of the keeper, Visham.
So mixing up the line a bit there, Mugdo.
Yeah, De Silva unable to capitalize. It's interesting, we saw in the game with West Indies against New Zealand, Jason Holder, he was standing pretty wide of the keeper as well. And one went in between the keeper and Holder, and he put it down because he just couldn't get to it in time. And Holder usually has a really safe pair of hands.
Yeah, I think it was a difficult one, but of course, for the mere fact that he was a bit too wide.
I always feel it's a bit risky, especially so early in the innings, having the slip fielder so wide. I mean, look, if you have a keeper who can really launch and get off the air and can cover that first slip area, then you're all good to go.
Yeah, I think you're just asking your bowler just to bowl a bit too wide if you has the slip fielder that wide, because any fine edge is going to run between the keeper and that second slip. I think he's in a second or third slip position, you can say. And
so is Jaka Ali Anik the Spider-Man behind the stumps that he needs to be?
Took some good catches. That's a very nifty glove man, Jaka Ali Anik. Looks very capable with the bat as well.
And the West Indies openers showing some good capability with the bat themselves. They'll need to continue.
Maiden over comes to an end by Mugdo, who was on target throughout the entirety of that over. 29 without loss.
Yeah, good over from Mugdo. I think he held his line really well, bowled his field, and in any form of limited over cricket, whether it be 50 over or T20, a maiden over is golden.
And you would think that Chowdhury is going to continue. And Chowdhury is someone who just 21 years of age, and he would have been part of the Bangladesh squad for the 2020 Under-19 World Cup. He was later ruled out of the tournament with an injury. Well, it looks as though we are going to see spin for the first time this morning, and very early as well. And it's going to be Saif Hassan, the off spinner.
Yeah, I think it's a good move bowling to Chanderpaul, especially. We've seen that the pitch has shown a little bit of bounce, and I imagine Hassan will be trying to make the most of that. He's a smart bowler, intelligent bowler, Visham. We've seen him. He has good variation.
Yeah, he bowled a couple overs in that second one-day match. Would have bowled 8 overs, none for 29. Got through his overs quickly. Bit too full and wide to start.
Yeah, that one a bit of a gimme for Chanderpaul, and he rotates the strike, which again is something I think the West Indies batsmen need to work a lot more on, and this is the forum where you begin to put that work in. Bangladesh, they'll be looking to use their spin to restrict the scoring rate as much as they can.
Silva doesn't play spin badly at all. Sometimes he gets himself in some very innocuous positions, but he plays spin well.
Again, it's the use of the feet by Josh De Silva, really getting that front foot out, as he did on that occasion, Vishan.
Yeah, getting the front foot out, and that's normally what the coaches would tell batsmen. Get that front foot out, meet the pitch of the delivery, makes it easy to maneuver the ball. Chanderpaul and De Silva happy at the moment just to take those singles against Saif Hassan.
Yeah, just giving that one a little bit of air. We've not seen him being able to extract too much movement, too much spin out of the wicket at the moment. So trying to use his pace, trying to use the variation, tossing it up a bit, pushing the odd ball through.
Smart cricket from both batsmen, rotating the strike nicely. And speaking about giving the ball here, many experts of recent would have spoken about, limited over cricket, just asking spinners to really push through the ball rather than give the ball here. And they're saying that, you're seeing that lacking from spinners now, the ability to give the ball here. A loud appeal for leg before, and umpire Chris Taylor says not out.
Yeah, I was just going to say yes, smart batting from the batsman so far. No need to take any risks as we get a look at the replay here. We don't have ball tracker, but I think, no, that's a curious one. Maybe we talked earlier about the bounce of the wicket and possibly trying to pull down the wicket. I think height would have definitely been a factor there.
Well, I'm thinking, if he was struck just outside the line of the off stump as well.
Yeah, so there were a lot of considerations for the umpire on that occasion. Chanderpaul, first real risk I think we've seen him take, trying to open up the space on that onside. I think maybe be a little bit watchful before you attempt those strokes. Having said that, he's on 21 of 26 deliveries, so he's been pretty consistent. He's looked to get the runs where he can.
Yeah, and earlier in the over, he was happy to shrug the ball down to long on or long off and pick up a single. I'm not too sure where the sweep shot came from. It was a bit too full to be playing that shot, but going along nicely. Chanderpaul and De Silva carrying on their good form from that last game.
So Mogdo, he's been rewarded with another over from this media centre end after that maiden over previously. When a striker's number on his back, number 11.
It's the best number 11, for various reasons.
I thought it was 29.
Well,
happy pre-birthday, Visham Lalman.
Well, same to you.
Visham, it's an August-born Virgo, the best kind. Celebrating a landmark birthday in a few days, and I know you're friends from all over the world. they'll want to wish you happy birthday, both in the cricketing fraternity as well as the non-cricketing fraternity. I hear you're in for lots of gifts.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
I hear Michael has been saving up, our technical guru here with us. He's been saving up to buy you a really, really big gift, I hear.
Well, I didn't know that, but we'll see on the 29th, of course. Good delivery there from Mugdo. Continues to be very good with the ball.
So, Michael, what are you getting, Visham? A cricket bat? Is that what you said? That's a great gift for any youngster, I think. I remember the first bat I got, a Gun and More GM.
Not too sure what the Silver was doing there. Looking to use his feet. He was cramped for room.
Yeah, I think he adapted really well in the end. Was able to work that ball away for 2 runs.
Moves on to 10, the Silver. I think he's been a spectator to the Chandapal thus far.
When was the last time you saw a Gun and More bat, Visham? I haven't seen GM around. It was pretty popular when I was a kid.
I've seen it a couple of times recently. I think I've seen Alec Attorneys and Teddy Bishop using Gun and More.
It seems that the SS is the preferred choice of weapon for batsmen these days.
Yeah, it seems so.
The second bat I got was a Gray Nichols, the Scoop. Don't know if you remember, if you ever had one of those.
I never had one
Single
of those.
scoop, and then there was the double scoop Gray Nichols. Lovely bat. Not the kind of heavy willow they use these days. Had to put some effort into it when you were smacking that ball to the boundary.
So you're saying that you smacked a couple to the boundaries in your time?
Smacked a few. Certainly did.
Well, the 9th over comes to an end. It is 35 without loss. Chandapal is on 21 and the Silver, he's on 10.
Of course, Josh De Silva, his bat is a mystery. You see a lot of these batsmen using the unmarked willow. Until, of course, you get that batting contract, right? And you bring in the big bucks.
So a number of batsmen looking for sponsors, and when they do, of course, the clean-shaven bats. Saif Hassan continuing from the Kaimaji end. The ball is driving sweetly through the offside for 1. Well, the Silver was interested for 2, but the fielder had already gotten the ball into his hand.
Yeah, the opportunity was there for 2. I just don't think Chandapal really pushed that run. Always had his mind set on a single.
Funny fact about Saif Hassan, wouldn't have begun his cricketing journey in Bangladesh. Would have begun that journey in Saudi Arabia, where his father would have worked. And when his family would have returned to Dhaka, he joined the local cricketing academy in Bangladesh. But he would have more been known for his languid stroke play and his ability to strike the ball big. Not much for his bowling.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from Saif, and it's a big part of being a successful cricketer these days, the cerebral ability, that ability to think, to plan, to strategize. I think cricket, more than any other game, Visham, is very close to chess. You have to have the ability to really think and strategize.
Yeah, and that's why I say, normally it's not going to go according to plan as always. Sometimes you have a plan A, you have a plan B, it doesn't work on the field. The batsman may do something differently, the fielders may do something differently. And as a fielding team or a batting team, you just need to readjust. And that ability to adjust is always a key component.
I remember my good friend, Omar Khan, OK Corral as I called him, former West Indies manager. He used to always say to me he spent a lot of time trying to get his players to read about cricket, to be students of the game, talking to them about watching cricket and just learning from their contemporaries. And, I think that is really, really important. I think, the effort that goes in, not just in terms of on-field skill and training and the physicality of it, but I think we need to put just as much effort in terms of training our players' minds and training them to think and training them to strategize. It's a battle of wills every time you're out there, Vishal.
Yeah, definitely. I think the theoretical part of the game is important. I think all of the players needs to know about the game, not just about the history of the game, but what they need to know on the field. For instance, Duckworth Lewis method. That's something that they, of course, will need to be aware of in a situation where that is required.
Credit to Bangladesh as well. They've really developed their cricket. They became an associate member of the ICC in 1977. Their first key tournament, I think, in 79, the Champions Trophy then. And they've really grown from strength to strength. I think the Tigers, it's good to see the commitment to cricket. It's good to see the development of their players along the way.
Speaking about development of players, new bowler comes into the attack. Riju Raman Raja had some success in the Test series.
Raja also right arm around the wicket. I don't know if this is a ploy specifically for Chanderpaul or whether maybe it's something that they've worked out in the wicket themselves. We've not seen any of the right-handed bowlers try to push the ball across the left-hander yet for the morning.
Oh, that's an excellent delivery. Chanderpaul didn't look in control of that defensive shot at all.
No, I think Chanderpaul is sort of painting himself into a corner at the moment. He's premeditating some of his shots, trying to get across his stumps, as we said, trying to work it into the space on that onside. Mithun, very sharp. He would have seen that as well, and I'm sure he would have talked to his bowler, and they're bowling with a plan. I think Chanderpaul really needs to regroup in his brain at this point and maybe just play a few deliveries, get his mind settled once more.
Oh, some spice there from Raja. Going to fire that one back at Chanderpaul. Well, not at back at Chanderpaul, but back at the stumps. Into the 11th over of the morning.
So Chanderpaul just needs to regroup a little bit here, mentally. New bowler, this one skidding through.
This time pulling and not in control again. That one rushing on to him. Maybe taking the top half of the bat, but luckily for him, not going to hand, he gets two.
Yeah, Chanderpaul needs to realize, I think, Raja, he's maybe a little bit shorter, and he's actually getting the ball to skid through much more, as you pointed out, Visham. That one hustled onto Chanderpaul. It wasn't of a length to play that shot in the first place. So I think Tej Narain needs to just regroup a little bit, as we said.
Opening up the offside this time, making some room, and the fielder has been sent back on the boundary, sweeping out there at Saif Hassan. So one to Chanderpaul. Yeah,
I think better option for Chanderpaul with that shot. What I do like, though, is he is looking to score. He is looking to keep the scoreboard ticking, and that's a good thing. Again, it shows the thought that is going into his cricket. I really like this young player. I really think he's really put both hands up in this series for the selectors, and I do hope they take notice.
Quick single attempted here by De Silva, and he gets it easily in the end. That's good running. So we've seen that in this partnership, the ability to run well between the wickets. And at the end of 11 is 42 without loss. Chandler Paul on 26, De Silva is on 12. And yeah, the running has been good between the wickets. And you're pointing out that, Chandler Paul looking to score off almost every delivery that he has been presented with. And that's good, not soaking up any dot deliveries or too much dot deliveries to build up pressure on a batting unit that has really struggled in the middle period of the innings. That's something that they would want to look at. So that's setting the tone.
And Raja, like we said, part of the Bangladesh emerging players setup, we were talking about the Bangladeshi investment in developing their cricket, was selected for the test squad a couple of years ago.
This one is edged, and that's going to run down to third man. And it's going to beat the fielder. Mrityunjoy Chowdhury couldn't hold it back. And that's 4 to De Silva. Fortuitous, but a boundary nonetheless.
You'd call that an educated edge. Josh De Silva making room, and he did, I think he intentionally wanted to get the ball into that area. Maybe not as fine as it eventually ended up being, but that worked out well. Chowdhury unable to put in the big dive. And that ball running away to the short straight boundary on this much faster Daren Sammy Cricket Ground outfield this morning.
I'm just thinking, if I'm the Bangladesh skipper Mohammad Mithun and I'm looking for wickets and I'm looking for an early wicket, I'm not just saying this because the ball went there earlier in the previous delivery, but if I'm looking for wickets, then more often than not I'd look to have a slip in for my spinner, who is only into his third over.
Yeah, and they did in Sai's first over, they did have that slip in. They took the slip out. Maybe if the slip was in, De Silva may not have been tempted to play that shot.
It's a field change for Chandler Paul. There's a deep backward square leg fielder on the boundary. So 4 fielders on the boundary for Chandler Paul, the long on, the long off.
Is he going to bring out that housekeeping stroke in this over? The big sweep.
It was already a leg before shout. He brought it out in the first over of Sai Fasan. Silva looking for one. The busy player, Josh De Silva.
Yeah, one never on because they just brought that fielder in much closer in that backward point position.
Cutting nicely, but there is protection. I mentioned that fielder out on the boundary at extra cover.
And I really don't think they need to force it too much. I mean, this spinner really not too much assistance from the pitch. The singles are there to be had. Look, picking up 5 or 6 off the safe at this point is pretty good, I think, in terms of the West Indies scores.
Good batting from Josh De Silva. Looking to overhit the ball, just turning it away around the corner. And he picks up 1. So 49 without loss, just approaching the 50 run opening partnership. 27 to Chandler Paul, 18 to De Silva. And of course, we are here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, a ground with some rich history behind it as well.
Yeah, it's built in one of the drier areas of the country.
That was the century celebration right here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. Have a look at Naeem Sheikh go in that last game when he brought up his century.
Well, we heard of the helicopter shot. That's a helicopter celebration. Almost took off from the field. It's a good wicket for batting. I think the West Indies are going to need to post a score closer to 300. Bangladesh have a good batting unit. The guys are in form.
It's a nice shot from the silver. Worked away on the onside. The fielder has some work to do. That's Hassan. He does well. 2 runs to the silver. 2 runs to the total of the West Indies A team. That brings up the 50.
Good work by this West Indies opening pair. Protection on the leg side. Boundary for Raja in this over. There's a fine leg. There's a ball on that. There's a fielder, on that square leg boundary. And Josh De Silva just unable to get it wide enough, but good looking shot.
Again, fancying that onside, Josh De Silva. Raja a bit too straight, a bit too short as well.
This is good cricket from the West Indies, and this is what you want to see. There are gaps in the outfield. There are runs to be had, 2s and 1s. You don't necessarily have to go slam bang every time you're at the crease trying to hit a 6 off every ball. You accumulate runs. It's been something that I think we'd like to see much more of with the West Indies team. We're seeing that this morning from these openers. Hopefully for the West Indies cause, they can continue. Bangladesh still want to restrict that just a little bit.
Yeah, I think too many easy singles have been given up early on by the Bangladeshis. Chandapur slashing this one into the hands of Saif, who lets it go over the boundary for 6.
That was a tough one. I think he may have just misjudged that ball a bit, Saif, and he came in a bit closer than he should have. In the end, what he did was he made it really difficult for himself, had to dive backward to try to get his hand to that. If he had stepped back, it would have been an easy catch. Volleying it over the rope, it would have been a great save if he was a soccer goalkeeper, but he wasn't. Instead, Shivnarine Chanderpaul picks up his first maximum for the innings.
Yeah, lovely shot. I'm not too sure where that one came from Chanderpaul, but again,
it's an extra ball.
Well, there are some fans who've come in. You were just asking about the fans.
Yeah, so and as I said, it would have been nice to have really seen this game promoted a bit more. We have a lot of fans. It's a beautiful Saturday. Who would want to come out to the games? We have about we've seen just a few people coming in already, and they've been treated to some really good West Indies batting. So if you're looking at this on YouTube and you're in St. Lucia, or you're within 1 hour's flight of St. Lucia, come on down.
I'm just wondering if Saif didn't overrun that one, if he could have held on to that catch in the last ball of the over. But a good comeback there from Raja.
Chanderpaul showing his aggressive side, showing his intent. Prepared to take on the bowler.
So very positive this morning, Daren. Driving forward of that fielder who has some more work to do. He's been busy, Saif Hassan. He does well.
He does really well, because that was a good looking shot. Ball raced across the outfield, but Hassan was racing across the outfield as well, and managed to get down just in time and keep the score just a 2. Good work by Chanderpaul. A little bit overpitched by Raja. He's gonna want to watch his length a bit.
that shot earlier in the over that was struck for 6. The short delivery outside the off stump. So looking to get the ball up. This time short, pulling. It's a wide fine leg fielder. So Chanderpaul will get 1 to finish the over. And as the over comes to an end, it's 61 without loss.
Good work so far by the West Indies opening pair, Josh De Silva, Chanderpaul. They earned that wet towel and that drink that they're having at the moment. Decent scoring rate, 4.69. They will pick that up eventually, but I think the key thing is to rotate the strike and to keep wickets in hand. 13 overs have gone. Still within that power play. It's a glorious day for cricket, Visham. Blue skies off in the distance.
And I'm watching the weather last night, and we were looking at the weather prediction for this morning. We were saying 70% chance of rain. That has dropped a lot. So that's a good sign for cricket. And Chanderpaul pulling out the sweep again.
Yeah, definitely on this time. I think that one going on leg side. Muted appeal. If he had gotten some bat onto that, could have been among the runs once again.
Of course, there's that fielder deep backward square leg for that shot. Saif Hassan, he has varied the pace well. He's varied his line, his lengths nicely. And that's been good from the spinner. I think Mithun has showed a lot of confidence in Hassan to bowl him very early on. And he stood up to the task well.
Good rotation of the strike once more.
Field change for the right-handed Josh De Silva. Likes to do that a lot, De Silva. Those deliveries on the line of the leg stump. He very calmly works it into the onside and picks up 1.
As you said, Visham, easy to get those runs, pick up those singles. I think the West Indies openers are doing a good job so far. They'll need to keep focus, need to keep their concentration.
And that is what they're doing at the moment, for sure. And just need to try something a bit different here, Mithun. Look to put a bit more pressure on these two batsmen. You're looking for wickets, maybe bring up that long-on fielder, ask Chanderpaul, who is not known for his big hitting ability, to go over long-on, the off-spinner bowling, the ball turning away from him. Just try something different. You're looking to pick up a first wicket. We know 1 can bring 2.
It's hot days in St. Lucia, 31 degrees already. In Beauséjour, where we are, Beauséjour, Groselet, that's where the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground is located, to the north of this very beautiful island.
Have to feel it for the players out there in the middle.
That's why they have sunblock. Never leave home without it.
I don't think it helps that much.
Oh, it helps. Trust me.
Well, Michael, Matthew and I were out there this morning, and the sun, well, Michael didn't handle it well at all.
Michael can't handle his sun. Is he a vampire?
Not too sure, but the sun has done some damage to him since we've been here in St. Lucia. Raja looking to do some damage for the Bangladesh A team. Chanderpaul pulls this one in the air and short of the fielder. Well forward of him as well. So he has not played the short deliveries well today. But again, Raja, those deliveries skidding on.
Yeah, I think he's just not picked the deliveries, well, the right length deliveries to play that shot off of, especially as you said, it's skidding on. But there's a lot of space on that leg side. There's a for Chanderpaul, the fielder, just for the square leg for him. No one else on that leg side except fine leg.
Too wide from Raja.
And too full, we see the Silva really knocking his bat against his pad there. He would have missed out on that full delivery.
Yeah, the Silva is never happy. He never settles for when he makes a mistake. You know, he always wants to do the best that he can do. And who doesn't?
It's great holiday weather in St. Lucia, you know. We were talking just now about Michael's tolerance or intolerance of sun, and you were saying vampiric, and we know that, you know, it's not vampires, they're in for blood, but it's another B word that Michael consumes. They're called beverages.
Short and looking to cut, playing it powerfully. He gets one, not latching on to it. It's on to 40 now, Chanderpaul. Edging and gone. Josh De Silva fending at one wide outside the off stump, a delivery that should have been put away, not playing at it positively and edging into the hands of Jaka Ali Anik.
Yeah, you know, and as we were saying throughout the innings, again, Josh De Silva just perishing because of lack of foot movement. Maybe not the shot that he should have opted for. Credit to Raja. He persisted. A good line. He's bowled a good line to the right-handed batsman throughout. He's maintained that line. This time tempting De Silva into that shot, trying to work it down to the third man area. I think maybe not the best shot selection. And in the end, Bangladesh have struck. First wicket down. It's going to be good news for them.
Yeah, and in the meantime, with the fall of that wicket, the water break will be taken after the first hour's play here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. We're going to take a short break and be back with more in about 5 minutes time. So we're back, and the wicket of Josh De Silva took us to that water break. Riju Rahman Raja, the man striking for the Bangladeshis. In the first game, and he came back well in the second game, and he batted beautifully, and
scored 31.
Yeah, he didn't look bad at all.
He's 19 years old, young Teddy Bishop from the Spice Island of Grenada. Good morning, Grenada. Good morning to Leon, who's the PR manager at Sandals, Grenada. Big fan of cricket.
Excellent delivery there. Maybe Bishop should have been on his front foot, staying back and just prodding at that delivery. That delivery completing the 15th over. A wicket taking over for Raja. Three runs and a wicket in it, removing Josh De Silva. The score 67 for the loss of 1.
Teddy Bishop has a real opportunity here. He has a chance to take advantage of this opportunity he's been given. Hasn't had too much cricket, just 3 first-class games, I believe, Visham. Only 66 runs so far, but I think certainly the selectors seen the potential there in young Teddy Bishop, and he will certainly need to reward the faith that they've put in him.
And many would remember that century he had against Zimbabwe on the 19 earlier in the year in the ICC on the 19 World Cup. Chanderpaul driving this time. He's continuing to look beautifully. But yeah, certainly 112 not out at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. He had a good on the 19 World Cup. And yes, of course, 3 first-class matches against Barbados. At Diego Martin, he would have had a 44, his highest first-class score. Early days in his career.
Yeah, must have a little bit of nerves. We saw that in the last over. Now to face the tricky Saif Hassan, the very intelligent Saif Hassan.
Chance for run out, but Bishop was back home in time. I'm not sure where he was going there.
No, maybe just trying to get off the mark. Not the way you do it.
Yeah, was it straight to the fielder? Chanderpaul, he wasn't moving at the non-striker's end.
No, and he's had a word with the youngster.
Solid in defence.
Watchful, Teddy Bishop. And on the other end, we have Tej Narain, the rock, Chanderpaul. Steady as a rock.
This time he's going to be off the mark. One taking the inside edge. Teddy Bishop, so I think that's a relief for him, getting off the mark.
I think certainly these 8 tours very much developmental games, and there's a lot for the young players to learn. There's a lot for Chanderpaul, who, although himself a young player, much more seasoned.
Chanderpaul lying back on the back foot, looking to punch that one. Looked a bit unhappy there. He didn't play it as he would have liked. Finding the fielder.
Yeah, just trying to force that delivery a bit.
Just holding back on that delivery, realizing that Hassan slowed that one up in the air And at the end of 16, it is 69 for 1.
Yeah, really good over. Once more from Saif Hassan. He's 5 overs in now, and he's just conceded. That would be 17 runs.
Yes, Saif Hassan hasn't bowled badly at all. And I think it's safe to call him a part-timer for the Bangladesh
19 runs.
A team.
So just 5 overs for 19 runs. And those are, your captain, he's going to take those stats any day.
Yeah, he's built up some pressure on the batsmen. Raja is back. Too full and too wide outside the off stump. This Bishop, with all the ease in the world, just plays it out for 1.
Languid looking batsman, young Teddy Bishop.
Teddy Bishop, a tall batsman.
Seems pretty laid back, his body action, but I'm sure his mind is racing.
I think he's hungry to score some runs today. He has every opportunity to do so. A platform set. He has a set batsman at the other end as well, Daren Sammy Cricket.
He doesn't do the bail mark, does he, Daren?
Don't see it that much from him. Neither does he kiss the pitch when he scores a century.
He's his own man, the Rock. A nice flow of the bat, that last shot. Just gets him a single, but nice shot. Good looking stroke. Raja, he would have made a breakthrough. He'll be looking for more, especially with the new batsman on strike. He's bowled a really tight, consistent line, Raja. He's done a good job for his skipper since he's been in.
Maybe a bit too close there to Bishop for him to play that shot.
Yeah, that shot certainly wasn't on. He should have been on his front foot at least. Awareness of where his off stump is. I think that's going to be important for Teddy Bishop. That did Josh De Silva in a little bit. And I think with the line that Raja is bowling, just outside that off stump, I think he's going to want to know exactly where his off stump line is. And that will inform his stroke play, Vishal.
And he rarely pitches the ball up, Raja. This time, driving sweetly, time to perfection from Teddy Bishop, and that's 4.
You know, it was as if he heard you, Visham, and he said, "Here you go, I'm going to pitch this one up," and very much a gimme for Teddy Bishop. Full credit to the young batsman for maximizing that shot, getting a boundary. But I don't think Raja will be disappointed with that shot. He wants the batsman playing at those balls outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, early on in his innings, I think Mithun could, instill a slip. I think it's early days in the innings of Teddy Bishop. He's just come in, and this time he's pulling forcefully, and that's going to be 4 more. Not afraid to take on the short pitch bowling.
And he did that a bit better. Maybe as he crosses his partner, he'll say, "That's how you do it, teacher." But Teddy Bishop has that stance with bat raised behind him, picking up the length of that ball really quickly and getting in a good position to play that shot. Safe shot. There's no fielder on the boundary in that area.
Yeah, going with the wind as well, Teddy Bishop. So he's shown his prowess at playing the full pitch delivery, a drive through the offside for 4, and now the short pitch delivery. He's pulled Raja away for 4. So the bowler's under some pressure here early on. So I'm looking to cut And that just shows that the pressure has been eased on Teddy Bishop very early as the over comes to an end. 79 for 1. No. Yes. But yes, I don't think that much pressure has been put on the new batsman very well.
Well, we were just saying that Raja was really bowling a good, consistent line. He did get put away for 2 boundaries. But again, I don't think he will mind that too much, particularly with that last shot that Teddy Bishop played. It was there for the cut shot, but again, there is risk with that delivery. So even though he was put away for those 2 boundaries, I don't think Mithun, his skipper, or Raja will be too put off by that. If he gets put away for a few more, maybe then.
Yeah. Chanderpaul looking to get his half century. That's the first step for him. This time he's edging. A good delivery from Hassan. A bit slow through the air.
And Chanderpaul more forceful with his defensive shots now, and now that he's been in for a while. That could be a bit risky also.
Was that edged? I'm not too sure if that was edged there from Chanderpaul, but some big turn there on offer for Saif Hassan. Very close.
That's a movement very wide of the off stump. And I said Chanderpaul looking to play every delivery now, even those that are wide. He's going to need to know what his role is. He needs to bat through the innings.
And he's known for batting for long periods of time. Chanderpaul, saw him earlier in the year scoring a century at the Queen's Park Oval for the Guyana Jaguars, and that century came off some 400 plus deliveries.
You can see the intent. The intent is there to probably try to score off every delivery. Tajan, all right. See how that works out for him.
He's quietly hanging back on that back foot.
Good tight bowling from Saif Hassan, and well supported by his field. He's bowling to his field. Chanderpaul maybe getting a bit frustrated. On the verge, 1 ball away from another maiden over.
Well, and speaking about that, heading towards being a maiden over, Chanderpaul just nudges it down to Laurent, a single, 43 to him. It's 80 for 1 after 18 overs. Of course, Mithun marshalling his troops at the moment. Looking at the bowling thus far for the Bangladeshis, 1 wicket, of course, as it's 80 for 1. 1 for 29 to Reju Rahman Raja, picking up the wicket of Joshua De Silva, the first man to fall for the West Indies A team. And speaking about bowling, it looks to be a change in the bowling from the media centre end now. More spin on offer from the Bangladeshis. And it's looking as though it's going to be Rakibul Hassan.
Yep, it is Hassan.
Rakibul Hassan would have had a wicket in each of the one-day games thus far. The man from Maimansingh in Bangladesh. Only 19 years of age.
And appropriately wearing the number 19 on his shirt. Chanderpaul with that mace in his hand, and the mace is a weapon of war, Visham.
He's certainly fighting a good battle at the moment, Chanderpaul.
So Rakibul Hassan, left arm over the wicket, getting some bounce and a little bit of turn, it looked like, Visham. Something for the batsman to think about.
He turns the ball a lot, and I think Chanderpaul now realising that just needs to be a bit careful. This one is into the air. He could be out here, Chanderpaul, and he is. A simple catch. The fielder didn't have to move at all. and it looks as Sabir Rahman who completes that catch, and Rakibul Hassan striking in his very second delivery of this innings.
Yeah, I really I'm not sure what Chandapol had in mind there. I mean, going across his stumps a long way, and if he was going after that delivery, you'd think he'd go after it with a bit more power than that. In the end, it was catching practice for the fielder in that whitish fine leg area. But success immediately for the left-arm spinner, this young left-arm spinner. Good change by skipper Mithun. We see that more than anyone else so far, Rakibul Hassan, I guess with his height, being able to get some good movement out of this pitch.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there on Chandapol. Thing proved to be his demise. Thought that he should have been a bit more watchful at the start of this over.
Yeah, I certainly think he should have. I was saying in the previous delivery, Chandapol just trying to score off every delivery, and he needed to really understand his role, I think, which was to be there throughout. I don't think he needed to do that, certainly not at this stage. We're just into the 19th over. I think he really needed to stick around, bat through the innings. That would have been his role. So I think it's now put the West Indies under a bit of pressure. We now have two new batsmen in the wicket. Justin Greaves coming out to join Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, and here's where the concern lies for the West Indies A team. After the fall of those first two wickets, there's always a bit of a crumble in the middle here now. And Greaves, Tevin Imlach, Ali Katane, Shamar Springer. Those four guys there really need to step up.
So Rakibul with an opportunity now to bowl at the right-hander. The slip is in. He's around the wicket this time.
Green's one of the other tall batsmen in this West Indies A team there, Shamar Springer, who has some height as well. He's an elegant batsman, Justin Greaves. This one slashed away, and that's going to be four. It's a lovely way to get off the mark here from Justin Greaves. Not looking to overhit the ball, just timing it and guiding it past that backward point fielder. Yeah, really nice shot by Justin Greaves. Mithun would have opened up that third man area for him. No protection on that boundary. Greaves, 28-year-old Barbadian all-rounder, showing a really nice touch. 84 for two fairly new batsmen at the crease now. There's an opportunity here now for the Bangladeshis to really price forward. Good single taken there by Justin Greaves. Another wicket taking over comes to an end. It's 85 for the loss of 2.
So Visham, you were talking about what Joshua Da Silva and Daren Chandapol mean in terms of their batting ability. But this is an opportunity. This is an 18 tour. This is an opportunity for those batsmen in the middle order to really make their mark and stake their claim, I think, and that's how they really need to look at it. They've gotten a good foundation. Both the openers have given them a good foundation. It's for them to go out there now and carry on and to show what they're made of and to really give the selectors something to think about.
We've seen in the last game they had a good foundation as well set. Didn't make the best use of it. And I think the standing coach for this one-day series, Iswan Crandon, would have been having a chat with the batting unit. They would have told them that they would need to step up in that middle phase.
And the very experienced Jimmy Adams is also here, Director of Cricket, and I know he'll certainly have lent some of his experience to this young team as well.
He was there for that second game and the third game doing some fielding practice with the team.
Saif Hassan into his 7th over, probably doing a good job for his skipper. Wouldn't be surprised if he bowls through.
I think we could very well see Mithun bowling him out. Just 3 overs to go after this for him.
Getting through his overs quickly as well.
Yes, there's an opportunity for Mohammad Mithun just to get through some overs here in the middle period quickly. And before you know it, it's 20, 30 overs up. And you're under some pressure.
Yeah, yeah. Run rate dipping a bit. It was just under 5. Now it's just around 4.4.
Bishop not being able to get the ball away from the spinner Saif Hassan. He's been finding it a bit difficult to do so. Again.
We spoke about Hassan being a really intelligent bowler. He's not getting any big movement off the wicket, but he's just putting those deliveries in the right areas, pushing them through at the right pace, and he's already used up 7 overs and just conceded 21 runs, Visham.
Yeah, very economical, Saif Hassan. I think that's the main aim for him. I don't think Mithun really looking for wickets. A wicket will be a bonus, of course, from Saif Hassan, but just the ability to be economical, build up some pressure, and support the bowler from the other end. He's been able to do that beautifully. He's been able to assist Raja in pricing out that first wicket of course, Josh De Silva. And now he's doing it with Rakibul Hassan, his spin partner from the other end, who's continuing.
I like this young spinner, Visham Rakibul Hassan. He was in the Under-19 World Cup squad in 2020. He took a hat-trick against Scotland in that series.
Of course, that's when Bangladesh would have won that ICC Under-19 tournament. It was a special moment for Bangladesh cricket.
Always good to see the youngsters being given an opportunity, performing well. And you know, we spoke earlier about the investment Bangladesh has made in terms of their cricket at the developmental level, having that the emerging players program as well. And we're seeing the benefits of that for their senior squads now.
Yeah, they are also looking to develop women's cricket in Bangladesh. No, there's a 12th NCL going on at the moment, the Sherry Bangla Stadium. The NCL 2022-2023, the T20 Women's Tournament. Bishop driving, and most importantly, along the ground, not looking to play it into the air. He gets 1. So at the end of the over, 21 bowled, 90 for 2.
And with the power play coming to an end, Mithun can afford to have a bit more cover on the boundary. 4 players outside the circle now. And as expected, Saif Hassan is going to continue. And with the excellent job he's been doing, I wouldn't be surprised if Mithun just asks him to bowl through his 10 overs.
And this time Bishop working that one into the onside. He's able to get a single off the very first ball of the over, which is good.
So this rate, a projected score of 215, that won't be good enough unless we see a phenomenal bowling performance from the West Indies. So at some point they'll need to pick things up.
Manner in which Greaves approaches his game. The elegant right-handed batsman. Justin Greaves from Barbados.
Yeah, approaching the midway point of the innings. They'll want to certainly be over 100 at that point, Visham.
They'd want to, and it would take a good effort from the West Indies batsmen. You're saying that they should get up to somewhere around 300. That would be a big effort.
Yeah, it's going to take some effort from here on in. Bangladesh have done really well to pull things back.
And Shaka Ali Yannick didn't know where that one went. I think it beat everyone.
The umpire signals wide. Yannick, he stopped it, and that's the important thing.
Greaves likes that shot, it seems.
I tell you what, Greaves has looked pretty comfortable since he's come to the wicket. He's played some good-looking shots. He's looked untroubled. So that's good news for the West Indies. He has to do more than just look good. He's going to have to score some runs.
Bishop looking to pull this one away. And they're going to get two because it's a wide and they get through for a single as well. So Hassan just losing the radar a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, bowling through, maybe it's getting a little bit mentally tired. And like I said, the sun's hot out there.
It's very hot. Lucky to be in the comfort of the air conditioning at the moment.
I mean, the sun's always hot. Things are hot out there at the moment. You know, you look at the radar, it's still predicting rain. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the beautiful sunshine. Ironically, there's actually been a dip in the temperature. It was 31 a bit early on. It's just around 30 now.
Well, Saif Hassan's 8 over comes to an end. He's just conceded 29 runs in the 8 overs. A good little spell for him thus far. Lengthy one at the end of 22 overs. It is 98 for 2. The West Indies A winning the toss and electing to bat first.
So at this point, Visham, I think Bangladesh will feel they're a little bit ahead. After a nice consistent start from the West Indies, they've prized out the two key West Indian batsmen. They have two new batters at the wicket, and they've been able to control the run rate and keep it well under 4.5. So I think certainly Mithun will feel they've done a good morning's work so far.
Yeah, definitely so. And someone who hasn't done badly today for Bangladesh should be Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. And he is going to come back in. Rakibul Hassan has been taken out of the attack, but I assume that he's going to be coming from the Kaimaje and he's going to replace Saif Hassan. Hence, Chowdhury has come on to this end, media centre end.
Yeah, we've probably seen the last over from Saif. Chowdhury comes in.
Greaves timing that one nicely, but the placement not the best. Of course, one of these teams is going to run away with a series victory today. Chowdhury I thought that he looked for a bit too much pace in his first spell, Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. What he needs to do is just settle in and focus on a tight line and length on about that middle and off stump. He was a bit too straight on some occasions in that first spell. Of course, he was warned for running in the danger area as well.
Continuing to bowl wicket to wicket. I certainly think a good line from Chowdhury. Graves watchful, just working that one away. Graves has looked good. He's looked gathered. He's timing the ball well.
If he gets some runs today, Justin Graves, maybe a big half century, a big century for the West Indies. That would be vital, but he could be in contention for playoff the series in the limited over series, of course. This one played into the air by Bishop and dropping short of the fielder on the boundary on the offside. Maybe some extra bounce there from Chowdhury. 100 comes up for the West Indies here as well. Inside 23 overs, 100 for 2.
Yeah, that one just in the air for a bit. The shot was there to be had. Bishop just not getting a hold of it the way he would have wanted to.
So Chowdhury would have seen that Greaves placed those deliveries and was looking to run those deliveries a bit wide of the off stump down to third man, and there's a big gap there's no slip, of course. The third man fielder wide, it allows Greaves to do that easily, just straightening up the line a bit.
Yeah, exactly. I think he'll Vishambi looking to bring the ball back into Graves. He has Graves coming onto that front foot. Probably want to push it up a bit, get it coming back into the right-handed batsman.
Just like that. And Graves left home a bit early there. Not sure where he was going. Fielder came in quickly as the over comes to an end. 100 for 2.
Good over by Chowdhury, and he's doing a great job for his skipper as well. 4 overs in, just conceding 13 runs. So Bangladesh, I think the West Indies are 100 for 2. The good news for the West Indies is that they have wickets in the hut.
And Chowdhury is still having some problems there with that running, and that umpire Carl Tuckett now having a word with him about that danger zone.
Yeah, he's going to have to work on that. He tries to get as close to the umpire as he can. He bowls wicket to wicket, and it's been pretty successful to him. Just I think getting so close to the umpire, he really needs to work hard on getting off and away from that danger area as quickly as he can after he delivers.
And as we would have predicted, Rakibul Hassan going to come from the Kai Maji end. This one into the air and past the right side of that backward point fielder, and Bishop will get 2. So he's been driving a bit loosely outside that off stump early on in the innings here. Teddy Bishop needs to be a bit careful. Rakibul Hassan, as you would have mentioned, getting some bounce with that height as well.
Bishop, he needs to use that height of his as well. Get that front foot as close to the pitch of the delivery as possible.
You see Jason Holder do that to perfection. Use his height well when he bats. Long reach to the ball.
Smart cricket, just working it into the onside for a single. The importance of keeping the scoreboard ticking over, even at this stage, cannot be overemphasized.
This West Indies A team, much like the senior team as well, has batting right down to number 11. We would have seen Anderson Phillip and Brian Charles batted beautifully in that last game. single to Greaves.
And Rocky Bull mixing up his pace a bit. We saw the previous delivery, flatter, pushed through, almost choked up Greaves just a little bit. This one with a bit more air, and Greaves able to come forward and get a single.
I think, with Rocky Bull, you would realize that these batsmen are a bit taller than normal, and you just want to pull back that length a bit, draw them forward, and see how far they're going to reach out to you. A bit too short this time. Bishop gets one to end the 24th over. 105 for 2 after 24. So they've gone past the 100 before that halfway mark of the innings, which they would be happy about. But as you know, at this point now, it tells me that as you go further into the innings, they will need to really up the ante a bit. Maybe that 40th over, the last 10, they're going to need to up the ante a bit. But in order to do so, I think the middle overs here, these two batsmen, of course, would need to put up a good partnership, as well as the other batsmen to come at the knees, Springer, these guys.
Yeah, the key is to rotate the strike. I think both of these batsmen, as you said, Visham, they will need to bat at least the 40th over. They'll need to carry their partnership that far. What they'll need to do, certainly over the next 5 overs, is just keep the scorecard ticking over. Pick up the singles and twos where they can. No need to panic.
And they're doing that well. Bishop, not much you can do with that delivery from Chaudhry. It was right up there, almost a Yorker length delivery, but he did well to run it down to third man.
Yeah, good delivery, full, wide of the off stump. And again, these batsmen, certainly through to the next 5 overs, just need to continue to rotate the strike, play themselves in. One of them, or both, are going to have to see through till the end.
Top delivery from Chaudhry, one of the better deliveries he's bowled all morning.
Yeah, and excited by that one. Continued his run all the way down to keeper. Just ask him, what did that miss?
He's having a fierce look at Justin Greaves as well. Don't think if I'm Chaudhry, I'd want to be having a fierce look at Greaves.
That's a good delivery. I mean, look, Greaves, maybe not as forward as he should have been, but take nothing away from Chaudhry. That was a top delivery.
Greaves able to pick up a single. Oh! He struck on the back there. Seems so.
So the fielder had a shy at the wicket. You can't have any issue with the fielder for having a shy at the wicket. What I want to know is why these West Indian batsmen think they should jog through for these singles. Greaves needed to be on his horse. In fact, the fact that he was ambling may have prompted the fielder to have a shy at the wicket. He could have been through much quicker.
Well, he's having a smile now, Justin Greaves. Didn't enjoy the lash though, but certainly good fun out there. The series playing in good spirits between both units. Dot delivery there to follow up there from Chaudhry.
You know, this series has been played in a pretty decent spirit, Visham. I think both teams have been up to it. Like I said, unfortunate that the test matches were impacted by the weather, but it's been played in a really good series spirit, and I've enjoyed it so far. I'm continuing to enjoy it.
I think you may need to look at the weather again. It's getting a bit
It's all right.
dark, but Bishop gets through for a single. They're doing that well. They're rotating the strike well. I think the coach would be happy to see that.
Yeah, it's all right so far. Some relief for the guys out in the middle. Some cloud cover now, just hiding that bright sunshine a bit. I know the fielders will welcome it, but only temporary reprieve as we see the sunshine starting to claw its way across the field once more from left to right from where we're sitting.
Stifle appeal from the fielders around the bat as the over comes to a close, 108 for 2 at the halfway stage of the innings.
Yeah, great delivery. Great one-day delivery, full and wide of the off stump. Not much Graves could have done with that, other than hope I probably got an edge that went down to third man and not through to the keeper.
Well, Chandapol had 43, throwing away his hand to a second delivery from Rakibul Hassan, who was caught by Sabir Rahman at the deep backward square leg. The Silver, he was the first to go for 23, edging through to Jaka Alianik of the bowling of Raja. Graves is there on 14, and of course Teddy Bishop is there on 21. Rakibul Hassan continuing. And some of the substitutes for the Bangladeshis have been busy running around the ground with water and whatever refreshment that they can offer to their players, because it's been quite hot. That just underlines the point of the heat out there.
It's needed. It's quite hot all over the world.
Almost squaring up Justin Graves. There have been some rain over the last couple of days in Trinidad and Tobago. Lightning, thunder, and rain.
Well, in some parts of the world, that will be begging for some rain at this moment, Visham. And the heat's really picked up. I mean, we're having some of the hottest temperatures ever on record. We were talking about the Premier League in England underway, and even they have implemented a cooling break now after 22 minutes midway in each half of the games.
Graves picking up a single, just playing it forward of that fielder at cover, or backward of him. No real pressure at the moment on the West Indies A team. Graves on 15, Bishop on 22. Actually, one of these players from the Bangladesh unit. He's been named in that Asia Cup squad for the Bangladesh team. That's Sabir Rahman. Had a half century in the last game. A 62. Over number 26 comes to an end. 1-1-0 for the loss of 2. Bishop on 22 and Graves is on 15, looking to push on. And looking at that Bangladesh's Asia Cup squad, Shakib Al Hassan, the captain. Of course, Shakib has been named the skipper for that Asia Cup and for the T20 World Cup. Anamul Haq, Mushfiqur Rahim, Afif Hussain, Mossadegh Hussain, Mahmudullah Riyag, Mahidi Hassan, Muhammad Saifuddin, Hassan Mahmood, Mustafizur Rahman, Nasum Ahmed, Sabir Rahman, the man I was just speaking about, Mahidi Hassan Miraz, Ibadat Hussain, Parvez Hussain, Imon, Nurul Hassan, and Taskin Ahmed. Graves again playing it away to backward point, and interestingly, Bangladesh's run machine Liton Das is missing from the squad, as he has been ruled out of the multi-team event due to a hamstring injury.
Yeah, that's a big loss for Bangladesh. Das, very familiar. West Indians will be very familiar with Liton Das. They've seen what he's capable of.
Well, there's some fire from Mrityunjoy Chaudhary. Well, there's no doubt about if he is enjoying his cricket out there. He's certainly enjoying the match thus far.
India, they would have been preparing for the Asia Cup. A great outing in the West Indies.
Greaves have handled things well out there. The short pitch deliveries on his body. He's not looking to take it on. He's just looking to turn it away in the onside. We've seen a number of these Bangladesh batsmen, West Indies batsmen falling to those short pitch deliveries. And the bowlers have really used it to their advantage. It seems as though the batsmen have learnt their lesson.
Let's hope that they have. Sri Lanka and Afghanistan will kick off the Bangladesh Cup.
Well, I'm not too sure about the shot there, the choice of shot from the Bishop. In the meantime, a bit too close.
Well, the big game, Visham, India-Pakistan. It's on August 30th. You know, India-Pakistan game was one of the most viewed sporting events in the world some years ago for the World Cup.
I think India could, breathe a sigh of relief as well, hearing that Shaheen Shah Afridi has been ruled out of the Asia Cup with a knee injury. That's not good news for the Pakistani team and the Pakistan fans.
Yeah, you have to give credit to Pakistan. They always seem to really bring out their best in these tournaments. Even if they're struggling a bit before, once it's game time, they always seem to step up to the plate. But yeah, he'll certainly be missed.
Yeah, saw a post on Twitter from Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's saying that every player of our playing 11 is a match winner. He's telling the fans to keep him in his prayers. This one is into the air. Anik going back. He won't be able to get to it. And it'll run away for 4.
Well, Justin Graves almost falling to the dreaded Nelson. It was 111 for 2, and that one up in the air. For a moment we thought, oh no, Nelson has struck again. But this has become, it's become almost an accepted one-day shot these days.
And we're just speaking about the batsmen not handling the short pitch delivery well. And I was saying that Justin Graves were not taking taking on the short delivery. There he was taking it on, taking the top edge, and getting a fortuitous boundary.
Do you think they practice that shot, Vishal? Have you ever practiced that shot?
Well, I don't practice to get the edge, but
do you practice at all?
A bit. A bit.
I'd love to see you in action one of these days, Visham Lalman.
Well, maybe one day you would see me in action. Maybe more with the mic in hand and the bat in hand.
We'll have to remedy that. We'll have to remedy that. Or one man who's continuing the action is Rakibul. It's his 5th over now, Vishal.
Yeah, he is. And Bishop is looking to cut. Looking at where that slip fielder is, he's very far back. He's well wide as well.
That's right. Almost in a gully position.
Bishop goes downtown, and that's going to be 4. Magnificent shot.
Good looking shot. Well done, Teddy Bishop. This one a bit fuller. Bishop getting to the pitch of that delivery. Safe shot. Over the head of the bowler. Picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, and the reach again there coming into play. The tall man, Teddy Bishop.
Just clearing that front leg. Full flow of the arms. Driving
again. This time a bit quicker. I think, from Rakibul, who seems to be a bit disappointed after being struck for a boundary. I don't think if I'm a bowler and that happened, I'll be too unhappy. I think I'm happy that if the batsman is taking me on, just gives me an opportunity to continue to enforce that. Gives me an opportunity to get a wicket. Get him out.
The current partnership, Visham, 42. So these two young men taking the opportunity after the fall of Daren Sammy, carrying on well.
And it's good to see that, because we have been speaking, of course, about this middle period of the innings being the concern for the West Indies batting unit. I think I think the coach would be happy to see Graves, being one of the most senior players in this setup, standing up with a youngster, Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, and what is good to see is that they appear to be operating to a game plan. I think that is always something that frustrates fans of the West Indies when they see, certainly these days, the senior team, their approach. Sometimes you're not too sure if each player knows what the exact role is. Here, I think we're seeing the West Indies players operating to a game plan. These two seem to know what they need to do. They need to stay. They need to carry on, certainly as deep as they can. And for the moment, the focus is on rotating the strike.
Bishop, don't know where that one came from again.
Commentators curse.
Looking to use his feet, looking to play that one back down the ground. Just pass that off stump.
Come on, Teddy, don't make a lie out of me. I was just talking about you guys knowing what your role is. That one. But you can see what the intent is. He wants to go for that short boundary behind the bowler. The fielders are in close, mid-on and mid-off. Once he gets it past them, he'll get value for his shot.
Not much you could do with those deliveries. There's some close-in fielders there as well. That short cover, backward point and mid-off fielders. Very close in. 4 fielders on the boundary. That's the deep backward square leg, a wide fine leg. Wide third man and a deep extra cover. This one is edged, and that's going to fly away for 4. No slip in position. Third man wide, and Bishop gets away.
Yeah, a bit of fortune for Teddy Bishop, but fortune favours the brave. And they always say if you go for it, we've heard Greg Wilson say it, if you're going, go hard. And he went hard, and he got picked up another boundary. Bishop takes him on to 32.
Yeah, he'd want to go one step further in this innings. Getting a start in that last game, 33. Want to go one better, get the half century. Maybe push on to a century. That would be a welcomed score for the West Indies A team. Good comeback there from Chowdhury.
Watchful from Bishop as well. He just picked up a boundary.
You're speaking about the preparation of India for the Asia Cup. Of course, they would have played an ODI, the second ODI of the series in Harare today against Zimbabwe. And they would have won that series. They would have completed a comprehensive victory against Zimbabwe earlier today by 5 wickets. Could be a wide. Well, actually, it's not. Too short there from Chowdhury, and he will be warned by umpire Carl Tuckett.
Well, actually, I think that's a pretty good delivery. I think Chowdhury, seeing Bishop not prepared to take on the drive, decided to give him something to think about. I think it was a really smart delivery on his part. It's one short for the over, but good thinking by Chowdhury. Oh.
Well, what's that? And one slipping out of the hands of Mrityunjoy Chowdhury.
That's the butter ball.
The butter ball. Now, Jason had some butter ball last night. Jason Passad.
Yes, a butter ball himself, Jason. He enjoys his cricket. Our cameraman.
Bishop driving this time. This time the ball doesn't slip out. No butter ball this time around. And he gets one. The over comes to an end. 126 for the loss of 2. The partnership approaching 50 is 46 at the moment.
So we talked about the approach and we talked about the game plan, and I like to see how these two batsmen are going about their business. You need to really take the game in phases, and we were talking about when we hit that midway mark, they need to take it first to 30 overs and get the run rate taking over. They've not done that yet, 29 overs, but the run rate is taking over, and once they get through this next over, they would have gotten through to that next phase, and after that, they'll be looking at taking it to 40 overs, and then maybe just trying to up the run rate just a little bit in that next phase.
And I know Greg, on that point, Greg was speaking about in the last game about setting sub-targets in your partnerships. Maybe saying for the next 3 to 4 overs or 5 overs as the case may be, we're going to aim at 20 runs, and you go like that for the entirety of the innings.
So I think Teddy Bishop, for his part, his target should be getting to his half century. Yeah. I think he has time. He can give himself until the 35th over to work toward that target without taking too many risks.
And he isn't taking too many risks. He's
like that.
Yeah, he's played well. Early on in the innings, he got a couple deliveries that he was able to put away.
Takes a partnership on a 47. The projected score is 217, but they can always pick up in those last few overs.
And that's why we stress on the foundation. It gives the batsmen to come that opportunity to launch at the back end of the innings.
And there's some pretty good stroke players still in the hut. Alec Anthony is one. Looked really easygoing and comfortable when he posted his highest first-class century of 82 in the second unofficial test.
Shamar Springer can hit it a bit as well. Man from Barbados.
Highest first-class score, yes, 82.
Greaves on the back foot. Needs to be careful. Brave looking shot to complete the over. 129 for 2.
Yeah, I think with this platform we're in for a really nice final 20 overs. So if you want to see the West Indies play, see some good cricket, get those coolers out, pack them with some Piton, the Bear of St. Lucia, probably throw in some award-winning chairman's rum. If not, get some local juice. There's some tamarind juice, 5-finger, some golden apple juice. Visham, I hear you like the spicy juice best of all.
Yeah, the spice juice. Very interesting taste. And effects as well.
Yes. shot some of that spicy juice. Last night, of course, was the well-known and famous Grosley Street Party. It's a fixture here in St. Lucia, very popular tourist attraction where you can go out. They block off the street in Grosley. There's music, there's food, there are drinks, lots of fun and entertainment. The Grosley Street Party. And of course the pitons, the volcanic plugs down to the south of the island. Bisham had a chance to climb those pitons?
No, but we went on a boat tour. We were able to get some photos with the pitons at the back. Not the bay, of course, but the mountains.
I'm sure you were able to enjoy both. On the boat?
Yeah, for sure. And we went to, of course, the volcano at Soufrière. We were able to do the mud bath.
The only drive-in volcano in the world, right here in St. Lucia. The mud baths and, of course, the hot springs down south.
We capped it off going to Marigot Bay.
Did you know, Visham, Marigot Bay is where they filmed Dr. Dolittle, the original Dr. Dolittle film. It was right here, filmed in Marigot Bay in St. Lucia.
Yeah, the good guys on the tour were able to tell us about that movie that was filmed there.
Good Guys was also a really good movie. If you're into that kind of film. Modo back into the attack from the media center end.
Good delivery and the single in the last ball, bringing up the 50 partnership between Teddy Bishop and Justin Greaves.
Good delivery. I'm not too convinced with that shot. No foot movement. Trying to work it down to third man, but there's a fielder on the third man boundary. So I don't know if the risk ratio is worth that shot, Visham.
I don't think so. And he's looked to do that on a number of occasions. It hasn't worked. And he's looking to pull. The ball wasn't there for that shot.
Well, credit for the offer. There's a saying in the West Indies, with an offer like that, you can get married. Credit for the offer. If he had connected, we may have seen it sailing just wide of the Johnson Charles stand, but played the complete wrong line.
Smashed away for one.
Good looking shot, but well set field by Mithun. He knows his craft. He's worked out his field placements well. He's worked out the strategy for his bowlers well. So the Bangladeshi captain certainly getting it right.
Yeah, I think Mugdo missed the trick there. Had Bishop playing and missing previous two deliveries, and then he bowls a delivery wide outside the off stump that he allows him to free his arms. Well, the over comes to an end. A defensive shot from Greaves to finish. Greaves on 22, and Bishop is on 36. The score 132 for the loss of 2.
So now that they've gone past that 30 over mark, I think having a conversation, they will need to up the ante just a little bit now. I think certainly as they get to that 40 over mark, they'll want to take the score in the region of about 180, certainly as close to 200 as they can.
So played away. Rakibul Hassan comes back into the attack, and Bishop gets one again.
Once more, we're seeing good work between the bowler and the field he has set. Fielders, Mithun getting them just in the right places, making it difficult for the West Indies batsmen to pick up boundaries. The singles are still there on offer. But at this stage, you'll think they'll probably want to try and get at least a boundary in the over. There is reward for the daring, but is it worth the risk?
Watching that one run down to long one, which allows him to get through for one again, Justin Greaves.
Goes past the 50 partnership now. Good work by these two.
Some bounce there, slow through the air there from Rocky Bull, as the over comes to a close 136 for the loss of 2.
So Mogdo, he continues from this media center, and Graves on strike, of course. He'll want to keeping on. Goes that one into the onside. Can't beat the field, and again, the Bangladesh team really must be commended for the work that they've done so far. Mithun certainly getting his field right, and the fielders have really supported their bowlers so far. That's a good-looking shot. Justin Graves really picked that one up early, played across the line, into the gap. No one was stopping that. Raced across the boundary, 4 runs, and that's just what the doctor ordered for the West Indies. Flowing hands. I don't want to. He'll give Mogdo something to think about. With that shot, is it that we're going to see a change in the field, some protection maybe on that boundary? Nope. So he will say to Graves, well, go ahead, you can take me on. What a mix-up. What a mix-up. The West Indies batsmen going through for a single that just was not on. Teddy Bishop, I think he would have been caught well short of his mark if that was a direct hit. And, certainly not what was on. He just picked up a really nice boundary straight to the fielder. I have no idea who made that call, but some fortune for the West Indies. On Bishop, this one is short of the fielder, and he got caught in all sorts of difficulties with that delivery. Seemed to be caught in two minds as to what he wanted to do with that shot. Eventually carried through in the end, and was very, very fortunate that did not carry to the field on that square leg boundary. As you can see, cramping himself up, taking his eyes off the ball, which I think is one of the worst things you can do when you're in a position like that. He's still there to fight. Good bowling by Mogdo, short delivery. This time Graves getting under that. It's a wide, but credit for the effort. Credit for the effort. It adds one more to the total. And the tall Graves, once it went over his head, you knew the extra was coming. Scores on 143 now for 2. Watchful Graves setting off again as soon as he plays that shot. Tends to run down the wicket. He'll have to watch that. Solid in defense this time. And at the end of the over, the West Indies remain on 143 for 2. And under the scorching sun here at the Daren Sammy Stadium, a much needed water break. And I think Visham Lalman and I will take a short water break ourselves. I'll be having some water. Visham will be having his beverages, and we'll be right back. Roger. Welcome back to the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium, where after that much-needed drinks break, we're here under the bright sunshine. The West Indies, they're 143 for 2 of 33 overs. Raja, he will be continuing this time from the pavilion end. He's had figures 4 overs, 1 for 29. Right-handed Teddy Bishop, the 19-year-old from Grenada, he's on strike. I know, having a waft at that first delivery, fortunate not to get an inside edge and drag that one onto his stumps or carry through to the keeper. So just to get to refocus after that drinks break. We know that when you're in a groove, sometimes any sort of break, any sort of intermission can just mess with your rhythm a bit. So Bishop, he'll know that he and Graves, they'll need to continue, certainly at least at the 40th over, one of them through to the end. Raja's been good so far. He's had a consistent line outside that off stump. This one a bit straighter. Bishop onto the front foot and they hustle through for a good single. Takes Bishop onto 40 now. The score onto 144 for 2. Visham Lalban, you're back.
I'm back.
I missed you.
You did?
No, I didn't. Of course I did, Visham. We all miss your scintillating commentary. This one short and wide of the off stump. Graves, it was there for the pull shot. He just couldn't beat the fielder in mid-on. Either side of him, he'd have runs.
Yeah, that one getting up a bit quickly on Justin Graves, gaining some height as well. And you have to do well to bounce these two batsmen out, Justin Graves and Teddy Bishop, who are quite tall.
West Indies with a good base to build on. I'm sure they'll have their mind set on upping the run rate just a bit now.
Smashed away beautifully from Graves, but Saif Hassan is there, deep backward point.
Yeah, lovely. Love that shot. A nice square cut. It's getting out to the field on that deep point boundary. Once again, the fielders are just Mithun getting his field placement really spot on. And we see Raja, he continues with that line. He's been faithful to that line all day. It's outside the off stump.
Ken Bishop looking to get runs. And that's the intent you want to see if you're a West Indies supporter. And this time, Raja being warned by umpire Christopher Taylor.
And I'm sure we have a couple faithful fans in. I'm sure during the break, our cameraman, Jason P., will give us a glimpse of some of them during the break.
Another Bangladesh bowler being warned for running in the danger zone. Raja this time. From the time that ball left the bat, Graves was off for a single. And the over comes to an end. 147 for 2, 34 ball.
I think it's also a little bit of a consequence. I think there's a deliberate attempt from the Bangladesh players to get as close to the umpire, bowl wicket to wicket as possible. So we see some of our fans taking in the action. She's tuned into YouTube and she's listening to you right now, Visham. So let's hail out our fan in the red top there. Good morning to you.
I'm sure she's tuned in. A couple of fans have tuned up. Of course, as you mentioned, the weekend, Saturday. Yeah, he's wearing green. giving that's a sign of the license to go. But we'll have to wait and see when these batsmen would be given the license to go. Maybe around the 40th or 45th over.
It's a quick single, ambitious, but it's going to be overthrows as well. In the end, it ends up being 3 runs. So putting the fielders under pressure, I'm all good with that. Rakibo, he's been given the workout from his skipper. He's been rotated from ends. Now he's come back from this media centre end.
So 3 to Justin Graves, and that brings up the 150 for the West Indies, eh? They'd be happy with that.
Need to carry on now. 40th over, that should be their target. Getting through to that 40th over.
If they can get up to somewhere around 180 by that 40th over.
Good bowling by Rakibo. Yeah, so they want to get to 180, and then the fun begins.
Well, you would hope so.
But at the moment, doing what's required.
Bishop driving uppishly down to long off. Mugdo is down there. Bishop only gets 1. Moves on to 42. So he's working his way, up to that half century.
Yeah, I was hoping that he spent some time in or around 40. I was hoping he would have been closer to that 50 by now.
Graves with an elegant shot over the infield. The inside out shot, looking for 2. Thought that they stuttered a bit there. Had they run the first one hard, that would have been an easy 2.
Well, Justin Graves has caught ball watching, and I don't know why. Because again, the basics of cricket, the minute that he got down to the non-strikers end, the call was for Bishop to come back for 2, which he did. And he should have just gone through for the run. I don't know why he was ball watching. 2 was always on. That's I think they really need to communicate a bit more effectively.
A good over thus far. 6 runs off it. Now 7 to complete it. Rakibul has completed his 8th over. This has been a lengthy spell for him. A good one. Picked up a wicket thus far. 154 for the loss of 2.
West Indies batsmen at this time, as I said, with 35 overs in Visham, they'll be looking, these 2, they need to bat through until at least the 40th over. Partnership now 74, highest partnership of the innings so far of 100 deliveries.
I think that's a good sign for the West Indies, getting 2 half-century partnership right at the top of the order. Raja looking to make that breakthrough for the Bangladesh A team, and he's made it. A magnificent catch there by that fielder Mohammad Naeem Sheikh, plucking that one off the air. Wow.
Great catch, Graves. The shot was there. I mean, look, I can't fault Justin Graves for going after that delivery. He just was not able to execute, and full credit to the fielder. Even our cameraman thought that one had gone into the boundary, but he had to come back. Full credit to Naeem. Excellent catch. Full stretch, one-handed over his shoulder, almost falling back as he took that. Really good catch, and as we said, the fielders, the Bangladesh fielders, have really supported their bowlers.
Yeah, they have, and Raja striking yet again. He picks up his 2nd, but what a beauty. We saw Stuart Broad and took one of those at Lords against South Africa a couple of days ago, and now we see Mohammad Naeem Sheikh doing the same here for the Bangladeshis, and What a spectacular effort that has been.
Yeah, good knock from Graves. I can't fault him for wanting to up the run rate. As I said, the shot was there to be had, just could not execute it the way he would have wanted to. But both batsmen, they did a job, good job, and they've taken the score into a position where the West Indies still are able to push on.
Yeah, and Tevin Imlach strides to the crease now. The Guyanese wicketkeeper batsman hasn't had the opportunity with the gloves in the one-day format. He did so in the Test series. De Silva has taken the gloves in this series, but now he has an opportunity to do something with the bat here for the West Indies A team, and a good platform on which to do so. Good opportunity for him to come in and enjoy himself.
Great time for Bangladesh to get the breakthrough as well. Just as these two batsmen had settled in and were looking to push on. Could not have scripted it better.
Just chasing a delivery wide outside that off stump early on in his innings. And don't think you want to be doing that. But for the first time in this game, though, we see a ball keeping a bit low.
Yeah, and again, full credit to Raja bowling to his field. He has protection. He has a third man. He has a field out on the point boundary. There's a fielder closer in that backward point position. So once they get outside, even if they strike the ball well, it's possibly gonna find a fielder. So again, good work between bowler and his field and skipper.
Imlach again looking to play that delivery, and I think the West Indies A batsmen, a number of them in this innings, more so Teddy Bishop, he hasn't handled that well. He hasn't played that shot well, looking to run the ball down to third man. Now Imlach coming in early in his innings, looking to do the same.
I think that Dwayne Bravo would have really excelled here, because you need someone who has the capability to play that inside out shot just over that field that is close in on the offside, and lots of runs to be scored there.
Yeah, mid off in the circle. Cover short in. Imlach looking for a single. It's not on. Straight to the fielder at the backward point. So he's looking to get off the mark here, Tevin Imlach. Ball not there just yet.
Meantime, Bangladesh looking to tighten the screws even further. Projected score 217. You doubt that's going to be good enough, Visham? You'd called 250. Originally I thought it's a good batting wicket. I was thinking they'd want to get close to 300, but I think certainly maybe that 250 mark now is where the West Indies will be looking to settle.
Yeah, I think that's the aim. Had they gotten maybe a better start, they had a good start, but I mean a bit more aggressive in the early period, then you could have said that they could have gotten up to 300. It will take some doing to get there now, but if they can, kudos to them. Imlach is off and running now.
But again, credit to Raja bowling to his field, and he has good protection in that area where he's forcing the batsman to play that shot wide enough and just short enough to force them to play it just behind point, and he has a lot of cover. You'll have to play a really exceptional shot to beat the field on that offside.
But Bishop is someone who can certainly do that. He's set. I'd be interested to see how he goes after he gets his half century, if he does. Going to pull there. That's a good short delivery from Raja. And
brilliant over for Bangladesh. Wicket and just one run coming off of it, Visham.
Yeah, and the thing is, I can't seem to understand why on most occasions we see delivery short and wide outside the off-stump, batsmen looking to pull it from that region into the onside rather than uppercutting the delivery or maybe guiding it into the offside. But again, Bishop looking to do that on that occasion because there was a third man fielder on the boundary. It's good, smart bowling.
Yeah, that's an excellent delivery. I mean, there's just there was no good shot to play for delivery like that. Any shot you played, there was an element of risk to it. So I think Raja ending off on a really good note, and I think all the Bangladesh bowlers have stepped up for their skip. I think they've all done a really good job, including Chowdhury, who came in for this game.
Yes, Saeed Khalid Ahmed missing out in this game for the Bangladesh A team.
But the West Indies, they can't be too disappointed either. They're still in a pretty good position to push on.
14 overs to go, 13 after this. Quick single taken here by Imlak. Imlak plays spin very well coming out of Guyana.
That's a good single, actually. You know, you look at it and you may have thought, well, that's a risky run. But I think Bishop was really quick off the marker. He saw the opportunity for the single. In the end, it ended up being pretty comfortable.
It's a testing period now for Teddy Bishop. And he pulls out the sweep.
Yeah, so Bishop now very much like Graves, I think he's thinking that he needs to take on the responsibility of upping the run rate. Probably better serve trying to go straight with that shot.
We saw Chandapol falling to the sweep shot in the 40s. I don't think Bishop would want to do the same. Bangladesh fielders have been diving around today. Feeling has been good.
Feeling has been good. The batters and he, you know, Bishop, I think the proper shot this time.
Cutting, but again finding that fielder, gets one.
Yeah, the West Indian batsmen just can't get that ball over the rope as they would have liked to. Good work from Bangladesh.
I think heading into the back end, I think Bangladesh, although West Indies 157 for 3, they have 7 wickets in hand. I still think that Bangladesh could be the happier of the two teams, the way in which they were able to hold down the West Indies batsmen just a bit. Limit run scoring or free run scoring. There's a top shot from Teddy Bishop. The reverse sweep. But he only gets one. Good work by the field, that short third man.
Yep, and he's congratulated by his teammates. It really was good work. That was a boundary once it got past him. So the West Indies batsmen, they are trying to be, and they need to be as innovative, as creative as they can to try to get the ball into the gaps and try to maximize on runs at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, and it's that point, when are they going to up the ante? We are saying 40 overs, but you just never know. Umpires for today's game, Carl Tuckett and Christopher Taylor. And looking to access that offside. And that would be tempting to Teddy Bishop, as he's seeing that mid-off fielder in the circle, the short cover fielder. So it would be tempting him to drive through that offside there, Teddy Bishop. If he answers the call and takes the bait, is the other question.
West Indies have to be wary at this stage of too many dot deliveries now, Visham. Because at this stage of the innings, it's going to really impact the run rate. And it's going to impact your score.
Happy to take the singles at the moment, still. And, you know, maybe we're going to see a change in the batting lineup of the West Indies as you head into the back end of this innings. Maybe we can see if a wicket falls here, or maybe at the 40th over, we can see a Shamar Springer come in. Who knows? Just to add some impetus to the innings a bit.
I like to see Athanase come in. I mean, he is, a left-handed option. He's a free stroke player, and I think you need good stroke playing as well at this stage to access those gaps.
Imlach just taking a couple of deliveries here to get himself set.
And Bangladesh making it difficult for the West Indies to score rapidly. They're asking the West Indies batsmen, hey, look, you want to score? You have to go there and you have to take the risk. You have to be creative. You have to be innovative. You need to step up. Let's see what you can do. I have a very clear game plan. I'm going to bowl to my game plan. I'm going to set my field to my game plan. Anything else, it's up to you.
Wide. Signal by umpire Christopher Taylor. Was immediately signaled by the square leg umpire Tuckett.
And you see the effort deliveries, they're really getting up. I hope the West Indies seamers take note of that. The last thing you want is to be giving away too many extras. If they pound it in short and it gets too high up and eludes the keeper. So again, it's just watching, learning from the game, learning in the moment.
Hitting this one powerfully through the offside, and he will get to Teddy Bishop. Again, that fielder Saif Hassan covering some good ground out there.
Just unable to find that boundary, that elusive boundary, Visham. Maybe you can, if you have an idea when the last boundary was scored. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. That's when Justin Greaves would have struck Mukidul Mugdo over mid-wicket for 4 4 overs ago. Good running again there by both batsmen. Bishop moves on to 49 with that too.
Yeah, good running. Still can't find that boundary. Sure, it's given Bishop some food for thought. He himself approaching that half-century mark, just one away now.
Well, last boundary, just to give you that stat, came off the 33rd over, some 5 overs ago. Ooh, looking to cut there. Too close again. Not judging those deliveries outside that off stump too well there. Teddy Bishop, he's on 49. Imlach is on 4. 166 for the loss of 3 after 38.
Bishop, he's going to have to wait for that half century.
Looks as though Rakibul Hassan will finish his spell. What's that on your picture? Is that some dark clouds coming across some of these?
It is, but again, what you need to look at are the flags. I always say you need to look at the flags at Daren Sammy. Once they're blowing, once they're brisk, it's going to take those clouds away from us. So I don't think we need to worry too much about that, Visham.
Yeah, you don't want to miss any cricket on a day like today when a series is up for grabs. A series victory for both teams. It's tied at 1-1.
And I dare say any rain interruption at this point, you wonder what it's going to do for either team.
Imlach pulling out that sweep shot. Plays it well. Fielder doing some good work down there at deep backward square leg. He had lots of ground to cover. And in the process, Imlach gets 3.
And I'm sure Imlach, they would have been thinking, well, finally a boundary on the cards. But again, good work by the Bangladeshi fielders, supporting their bowlers once more. Good looking shot from Imlach, as you said. Play spin well.
Bangladesh flag, the St. Lucian flag and the West Indies flag fluttering in the breeze. There's the evidence of that wind cover, the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground.
It's another reprieve for the fielders here. Nice brisk wind, some cloud cover, hiding the sun a bit.
Again, their Bishop. He has shown that tendency outside that off stump. Play a bit loosely and it's looking to guide the delivery that has been too close to that off stump. That's going to be a half century for the 19-year-old from Grenada, Teddy Bishop. A welcome innings for the West Indies A team and a well-deserved half century, a knock of authority from the young man.
Yeah, Bishop raising his bat, and now that he's crossed that mental hurdle, may give him a bit more freedom to play some strokes, Visham.
Yeah, we're heading up to 40 overs. This one's a reverse sweep in the air, and Raja comes around. Imlach, for a moment there, his heart would have been in his mouth.
Yep, he didn't execute that the way he would have wanted to. But being creative, and as I said, the Bangladesh fielders, they won't be too disturbed with that. Now we've seen the clouds getting just a bit heavier. You hear the chatter of the groundsman beneath us.
Reverse swept this time by Bishop. Raja again in the action. Single to Bishop. He moves on to 51. The score moves up by 1 to 172 for 3 at the end of 39. And the rain seems to be coming down from the east. The groundsmen, they are running across to the covers.
Yeah, so unfortunately it seems we are getting a bit of rain. Will the umpires risk it and stay on? The groundsmen, they're quick to their covers. No rain on the ground so far, but there's that faint drizzle. It's falling.
Well, I knew there had to be a reason why Michael Rupa was smiling.
So again, blow breeze blow. It's falling into the mountains just surrounding the Daren Sammy Stadium. The mountains to the right of us are still bathed in bright sunshine, however. So you'll want the wind to just take those clouds away.
And in the meantime, the umpires have called in the covers. The groundsmen, they are running on with the big white cover. And there they are. The blue cover is going on as well. Not a good sign here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, but we have faith that the rain disappears quickly when it normally comes.
Well, the prediction was for rain, and we were hoping that this was one time the prediction would have been wrong, but spot on. So the showers are finally here. Let's hope they only visit temporarily. They don't stay for long. The groundsmen quickly off to cover those vulnerable areas of the field. But the West Indies on 172 for 3. Hopefully the innings won't be impacted too much by this break, Visham Lalman. We'll get full overs in. If we don't, I know time, I know wickets, I know runs will certainly play into the consideration of Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah, well, we hope that it won't impact the innings negatively, and of course, after these rain delays, it tends to impact either one of the two teams positively. But yeah, as soon as we have good news for you here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground, we'll be back with more action. The West Indies A batting first. They are 172 for 3. Teddy Bishop top scoring with 51. Tejrine Chandapal had 43. Justin Greaves 36. So the situation, rainers came down here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. We'll be back with more when we have good news. Well, good news. Welcome back to the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. The rain has left us and cricket is about to resume once more. As I welcome back into the commentary box, Sunil Ramdeen, the umpires, they are making their way out to the middle.
So, Visham, bright sunshine is back. The rain, just a temporary visitor, and as they say, we hope it's gone away. You know, in the good old days, watching cricket at the Queen's Park Oval, every rain break called for a game of all fours. It is a very popular card game down in Trinidad. In St. Lucia and some of the other islands, it might be dominoes.
Yeah, all fours. Just learning the trade in all fours.
Very popular game in Trinidad. Haven't played a good game of all fours in a long time. I understand that you're a whiz, Visham Lalman.
A whiz? I was able to win that game in between the rain break.
Oh, so that's what you were doing. But it's also given time, I think, to allow both teams to strategize a bit. Certainly the West Indies, they'll probably have a conversation. As far as we are aware, it's not impacted the overs. We should still get the full complement of 50 overs in. Bangladesh probably just going to keep doing what they've been doing. But I think certainly from the West Indies point of view, they will have a plan, or should have talked about a plan for how they're going to approach these last 11 overs. Yeah,
you were saying that the 40th over is that point you would expect them to launch a bit. And it's just one over away from that. And Riju Rahman Raja is going to continue. He had a good morning with the ball in hand, 2 for 41 and 7. Maybe a bit on the expensive side. But he has been a good bowler for the Bangladeshis in this innings.
Yeah. Now, saying you're going to launch and being able to actually execute it are two completely different things. I mean, look, we've seen the West Indies batsmen try to push on the score. It's been hard going. It doesn't mean in the last 10 overs they're just going to be able to score boundaries at will. So it's still a very delicately balanced game. It's a good looking shot first up by Bishop after the rain break. But again, finding the fielder out on the boundary, just on that point boundary. I'm sure the message will be that we need to push on a bit, guys. We need to up the run rate. And let's see how they will go along with the execution of that.
I think it would be Bishop to look to do that, because he has already gone past his half century. Of course, Bishop, the younger of the two batsmen out there in the middle, Tevin Imlak. 25 years of age, he would have been part of that on the 19 World Cup winning team for the West Indies back in Bangladesh.
In terms of this innings, however, Bishop, the senior batsman. And good cricket from Bangladesh, continuing to stick to that game plan, just not giving the West Indies anything on the leg stump, asking them to penetrate that tight cordon on the offside.
Guided down to third man. Excellent fielding down there from Mritunjoy Chowdhury. That looked to be a certain boundary. Dove away to his left.
As we said, good going by these Bangladesh players, by the Bangladesh team, their fielders giving good support to the bowlers, and that's when the plan all comes together. Mounting pressure now on the West Indies.
Well, the Bangladesh dead bowling has been really good in the last game. But they have a trump card in their lineup that they didn't unleash just yet in this game. That's Soumya Sarkar. He bowled really good at the back end of the innings. Played uppishly backward of point by Bishop. Gets one. Yes, Sarkar has been able to nail the wide Yorkers consistently in the last game at the death overs. I'm interested to see whether they would use him at the back end of this game.
It is whether they will want to use the spinners, knowing that the West Indies will probably go after the bowling a bit. The seamers have been really good. I mean, really good disciplined bowling to their field. I'm really impressed by what I'm seeing here from the Bangladesh in terms of the outfield cricket.
Driving, you would have wanted to get that a bit straighter. There, Tevin Imlach. 2 square, 2 mid off. Dot ball is something that you won't want to pile up here if you're a West Indies batsman.
Just 3 runs in the over so far. It's going just the way Bangladesh would want it to go. West Indies batsmen just unable to break free at the moment. It's going to take some creative batting. It's going to take batsmen with the capability to dance in the crease, as we saw Daren Sammy doing, move outside the line. And with this consistent offside bowling on the off stump, it's probably going to take a batsman who has the ability to really get across the line and play that delivery straight.
Short, Imlach looking to uppercut that one. Too short, and it's signaled wide by the umpire. And a well-directed short delivery there from Raja.
Raja wasn't a fan of that call, but it was an early call by the square leg umpire. Bangladesh bowlers toiling in the sun, but I'd say they've gotten just rewards so far.
Imlach looking to take on that short ball again. Raja showing that he's not afraid to use it once more. And that completes the over. 40 overs bowled, 10 overs to go. It's 176 for the loss of 3.
Scoring rate really has dropped off since the departure of Justin Graves as we enter the final power play, and this will put even more pressure on the batsmen as they allowed an extra fielder outside the circle now, and I'm sure Mithun will be happy to make use of that.
Well. Soumya Saka has come in.
Well, you've gotten your wish, Visham.
Yeah, he's really bowled well. I'm really excited to see him operate here in this final 10 overs. And they've used him well. Mohammad Mithun have used Saka only in these final 10 overs.
Well, I guess he'll be considered a specialist death bowler.
Well, he's the opening batsman for the team, and he bowls these gentle medium pacers as well. But he's a smart bowler. And he's whipped away immediately by Bishop, who doesn't have a look of him, and just has to get one.
Well, he was 6 feet away from a wicket. That one falling short of the fielder running in from that mid-wicket position on the boundary. What will Imlach do? There's lots of space behind the bowler.
It's all about that middle and off stump. I think he would look to rotate the strike, give Bishop more of the strike, if anything.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see Bishop take him on. Maybe Bishop want to use his feet a bit. If he can get down the wicket a bit, get to the pitch of that delivery, allow himself to drive that ball, get it past the bowler. There's runs to be had. It's a very wide long off.
Bishop fancies the single, takes it easily. While Soumya Saka would be, someone who loves to bowl at the death overs. We'd all remember that Nida Haas Trophy final back in 2018 when Dinesh Karthik hit him for a last ball 6 to win that tri-series at Colombo for the Indians. So one played back to him and just dropping short.
Well, Saka. And doing what he does best, taking pace off the delivery, asking the batsman to come and to hit the delivery, asking the batsman, you've got to play if you want runs, and almost finding success in his first over, Bisham.
Yeah, definitely. So it seems to have slowed up that one in the air a bit there. Saka, maybe the off-cutter. Imlach was should have shot a bit too early. Looking to scoop this one. Excellent shot there from Tevin Imlach. Inventive, and earns himself a boundary.
And inventive is what you need to be, Imlach. I think recognizing that with the gentle pace of Saka, he has the opportunity to be creative. Well played in the end, because I think that one, Saka pushed it down the leg side when he saw Imlach move across. Imlach followed the delivery and scooped it over, picking up a much needed boundary for the West Indies.
Much needed boundary indeed. 183 for the loss of 3. Come back there from Saka. Excellent running. A direct hit. And well, he's all over the stumps and he's gone. Imlach looking to run inside of the stumps there, not to run in the line of the throw. And in doing so, he's gone. Have a look at that again. Well, he's out of the ground for sure.
Well, that was a brilliant piece of fielding by Saka. We talked about his bowling, but what about that bit of fielding? Absolutely brilliant. With the fielder running across, would certainly have been in his peripheral vision, he was still able to gather, turn, and hit that stump. Good decision by the umpire. He was right there. And as we know, we can't refer to the replay at this in this unofficial game, but really excellent work, just what was needed. Imlach, the batsman, out. I guess in a sense you take that because Bishop, the more established batsman, and it's starting to open up a bit now.
It's starting to open up, and of course with the batsmen looking to be a bit more aggressive, looking to get quick runs, it's going to bring chances for the Bangladesh team.
So West Indies now maybe looking at 220, 230 odd if they're unable to really break free from this from this stranglehold that Bangladesh has put on them.
And the stylish left-handed batsman from Dominica comes out to the middle. Ali Catanese.
Now, Athanaze is a player who can find the gaps. He's shown the ability to do that. He's a good stroke player, not a bad player to bring out at this stage of the innings. Just checking the field placement around him.
Pulling this one immediately, so he gets off the mark. Bishop looking for 2, and Athanaze was just settling for 1.
That was poor running, very, very poor running. I think, especially at this stage of the game, 2 was always on the cards. Athanaze decided to have a gentle jog through Teddy Bishop, understanding the need for urgency, was trying to hustle through, poor cricket, but, kid's just out in the middle, so the lad's just out. Let's see how he does.
Well, the approach of Bishop here is what's left to be seen. Looking to force this one onto the onside. Another direct hit, but this time the batsman was home in time. Bishop this time.
Bangladesh showing some class in the field, showing some proficiency, professionalism. Comes with hard work. I'm sure they would have practiced this a lot.
Looked to have been the skipper, Mohammed Mitun. This is the period where Bangladesh excels a lot. The death overs, something that West Indies struggle with at the senior level as well. And as a batting team, when you know that a bowling team that you're playing against excels at the back end, you would want to get a good start, and the middle overs you'd want to accelerate a bit as well. And now coming into this back end is going to be a test.
Yeah, but full credit to Bangladesh.
Mm-hmm.
They had a very clear game plan, and they've played to that plan. It's worked for them. They clearly would have done their homework. So I think absolutely full credit to the Bangladesh team and their skipper for being able to really manage this West Indies innings so far.
Anthony is not able to get that one away. I think it's a case of now Anthony is looking to turn the strike over to Bishop, because Bishop is set, of course.
Well, if he's looking to turn the strike over, that's not the shot for it. I think he's maybe trying to push on as well, but he needs to understand, he needs to take a couple balls just to settle in.
Eight overs remaining after this. It's a lot of overs still. Again, looking to pull, finding the fielder.
Yeah,
3-dot deliveries.
Trying to take that one from too far outside the off stump. He would have been better served, maybe. Trying to work that into the offside. But looking at that gap in that mid-wicket area, and he knows that if he can get a good strike on the ball, get it past that inside fielder who is found consistently, there are runs to be had.
Raja changing it up a bit. He's now going to come around the wicket.
He's actually around the wicket, and he was going to go over the wicket, and he just decided to stay around the wicket.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Sharp delivery. Coming back into Athanaze.
Yeah, the dots are starting to pile up, and the dots are pretty heavy. When they pile up, they can be a burden on the final score, the innings.
2 overs remaining for Saif Hassan, the off spinner. I don't think we're going to see him back. 3 remaining for Chowdhury, 3 for Mugdo, and well, Saka, he has just bowled 1 over. We're going to see him for sure.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an important over. Because I get the impression that Teddy Bishop will try to take Saka on in this over. And I think Mithun has gotten that impression as well, because he's pushed the fielder from that mid-on position to the boundary, to the long-on boundary.
Bishop pulling hard. And I think that the fielder was caught napping at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think a little bit the glare as well from where he is in that mid-wicket position. And I think he got a bit of a nasty knock. The ball bounced up maybe into his chest, into his throat area. So a little bit of concern. I think the umpire just checking with him to make sure he's all right. Is that Saif?
Yes, that's Saif Hassan.
He's done a lot of work on that boundary today.
Again, stopping what could have been a boundary as well. Not going for the catch. Maybe a bit defensive. Maybe the right thing as well.
Yeah. Agreed. The good news for Bangladesh is it's gotten Bishop off strike and Athanaze on strike. Athanaze has not looked settled since he's come in. Of course, the fresh batsman in, following the dismissal of Imlak, was run out. Excellent bit of fielding by Saka, who's bowling now from the media centre end.
Saka again, looking to run the batsman out. Sharp work off his own bowling. Good backing up by Jaka Alianik.
Yeah, so Athanaze, and rightfully so, trying to rotate the strike because there's a lot of room. All the fielders on the leg side are on the boundary, so it's easy for him to just work it into the onside and pick up a single. This one a bit uppishly, credit to the bowler for backing himself up.
Yeah, he was through his run up. Quickly onto the ball as well, Soumya Saka. Bishop is back on strike, looking to make room. Excellent bowling there from Saka, not following the batsman, keeping it wide outside that off stump.
It's that delivery he's known for, isn't it, Visham? Full and wide outside off.
And he has protection out there, the sweeper on the boundary. If at the very last moment Bishop decides to go and flash hard at those deliveries. Back down the ground. Good stop by Saka, getting that right hand out.
It all seems to be going Bangladesh's way, doesn't it? But once you back yourself, you make your own fortune. I think very much, Visham, that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, they have been doing that. And there's 3 runs in the over. I think Mithun would appreciate that thus far from Saka. Once they don't get a boundary every over, I think Bangladesh would be happy. Not the best of choices of shots there from Athanaze. Realizing that third man is inside the circle, maybe that's the reason why he tried it.
Yeah, we see what he was trying to do. I mean, look, if he made some room, and he could also have cut that ball past those fielders.
Pulling into the air, backward of square leg, and he's going to get a boundary. Alec Athanaze is handling it well. And, well, we were speaking about not getting a boundary every over, and there's one.
So Athanaze is off. This time, remaining balanced, not trying to be too innovative, just waiting on the delivery. Got one that sat up and was able to put it away in that backward square leg region for 4.
Yes, so not finishing the over well there, Soumya Saka, giving up a boundary. Final delivery. Something that Athanaze would welcome in this innings, just to get him off and running. He's on to 6. And Raju Rahman Raja, he's going to finish off his spell.
He's done well, 9 overs, 47 for 2. Once he's finished up, it'll give Mithun some thinking as to who he brings back from that pavilion end.
I think it could very well be Mukidul Mugdo. Bishop finding it a bit difficult to get the ball away.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be a naturally aggressive batsman, Teddy Bishop. He looks good. When it comes to the classical shots, plays them well. Doesn't seem to be the kind who can really up the run rate if you need him to. Athanaze, same kind of batsman, not really a power hitter, which is probably what you want to have in there at this stage of the innings.
An area of his game that he would just need to develop a bit. And the series, of course, would give the coaches a look at what these players would need to do as they look to move forwards in their career. This one is into the air. The fielder settles and he takes the catch. Raja picks up his third. Athanaze looking to take on the short ball again. He falls.
Yeah, so again, what is required at this stage of the innings? Maybe not quite Alec Athanaze's game. He's not the big power hitting type. Tried to take it on. Credit to him. Just was not able to execute properly. Lobbed it up into the air, and a pretty easy catch for the fielder.
Yeah, the man taking the catch, Shaharat Hussain Deepu, completes a simple catch, and we could very well see Shamar Springer coming out to the middle. So the wickets that are falling, not really helping the cause of the West Indies at all. Just puts a damper on the innings of the West Indies team. The 5th wicket down for 193.
Yeah, well, they needed to push on. The thing was, It was always going to come down to a push in these last few overs, and wickets in hand was going to be important. We're seeing the importance of those wickets in hand now, but the runs, they're just not coming, not in the way the West Indies would want. So Bishop on strike, they would have crossed when that ball went up into the air.
Yeah, Bishop going to take strike, and it's Shamar Springer who has come out to join him.
I know there was talk about doing away with that, no longer allowing the batsman to cross if a ball is lobbed up into the air, but having the new batsman take strike.
Yeah, that law would, of course, be enforced from October 31st. Bishop pulling into the onside for one. Greg was telling me that he's playing a tournament at the moment in St. Lucia, and they are already enforcing that law.
There you go. Springer with a spring in his step. I really liked how he took off for that single. Everything is important at this stage of the game. If you can't get the boundaries, you need to keep the scorecard ticking over. You need to at least push the singles, put some pressure on the Bangladesh fielders. Maybe you can pick up the odd overthrow. Let's see how Springer goes. His first delivery.
Raja May just looking to dig it in short. That he does. Springer handles it well.
He's got some pace. Springer is quickly down the wicket, even before Bishop had a chance to get out of the blocks.
195 for 5 by the 45th over. If they can get past 200, give them that window of 5 overs in which they can go hard.
We were talking about 300, went down to 250, and now we're looking at 220.
Good to see some good bowling from the Bangladesh team. Excellent fielding as well. Well, Bishop looking to scoop that one. Getting way inside the line. That was too short to play the shot.
Yeah, it doesn't come off for him. Bishop. So the fact that the West Indians are being forced to try some of these innovations really speaks to the good work done by Bangladesh in terms of their bowling, in terms of their fielders backing up that bowling.
Raja just want to close off this over well. 3 for 50 in his 9.5 overs thus far. Short pulled into the air. Bishop could be out now, and he is. Raja has 4. He ends with 4 for 50 in his 10 overs. He completes his spell with a wicket, and that's the 6th nail in the coffin for the West Indies. Here's a look at that wicket again.
Yeah, well deserved by Raja. And again, as it was with Graves, the shot was there. It was short enough. Just the batsman just unable to execute that shot the way they would. Ideally, you would want to see that sailing over the boundary. They just can't get it past the fielders on the boundary. And full credit to Raja. His 4th wicket, and very well deserved.
Yeah, very well deserved indeed. The man taking the catch saw me as Saka. All of a sudden, you can't keep Saka out of the action.
Yeah, he must be listening to you up here, Visham, and says, well, point to proof to Visham Lalman. Let me go there and impress him.
Well, it's not going to be him from the media center end. It's going to be Mrityunjoy Chowdhury. And Brian Charles, has made his way out to the middle. 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Yep, so Bangladesh will be happy with the way it's going so far. The West Indies, not so much. 6 wickets down. They've been unable so far to capitalize on the solid foundation they would have created, certainly into the 35th, 40th overs. just have not been able to pick up the scoring at all.
Yeah, the West Indies again falling away. Yet another innings, and we see them not being able to push on from the good starts that they have gotten. But Brian Charles had a good little knock in that last game along with Anderson Phillip. This one takes the outside edge. Ritunjoy Chowdhury getting some bounce from the track. Charles off the mark. Brian Charles finished with 32 of 38 in the last game, not out.
Well, they'll certainly do with that 32 in this innings, Visha.
I think Springer owes the team some runs. Let's see if we can get some here. Played away nicely, backward of point. It won't run away for 4. Get 2.
Yeah, I think the field down at third man for a moment may have thought that his colleague had stopped that delivery, is that Raja. Instead it went through and had to run around. So easy 2 runs. Well handled in the end by Springer. One got up on him a bit.
Five fielders on the boundary. Oh, what a time to be leaving alone that one.
It's good delivery. Good delivery.
You're not chasing that wide delivery there, Springer. Interested to see whether or not Saka comes back from the Kaimaji and or it's going to be Mukidul Islam Mugdo. Third man fielder has some work to do and he does well. Single to Springer.
So the Bangladesh game plan outside the off stump, set us a good offside field and restrict the scoring, and it's worked for them. And they're sticking with it through to the end.
Charles finds a fielder at backward point. 199 for 6. Approaching the end of the 45th over. It's the final game of the series. Both teams looking to get a victory here to win the series. 1-1 at the moment. Charles swinging for the heavens as the over comes to an end. 45 overs bowled, 199 for 6. 2 fairly new batsmen at the crease. Spring on for Charles and 1.
Well, it's very much the only thing left to play for, Visham. Again, the 2 unofficial tests ended up being 2 draws, affected by the weather as it was. So what's left to play for really are honours in this ODI series. Both teams will want to end on a high. Both captains will want to show their mettle. The Silva versus Mithun. West Indies now, unless they have a really fantastic last 5 overs, it's going to be up to their bowlers.
Springer that one and takes the outside edge and he gets 2. Well,
unfortunately, Springer the swinger couldn't get it to the cover boundary. I know it's so much fun. Your creativity always astounds me, Visham, when you come up with these little catchphrases.
Well, that wasn't intentional.
Well, let's hope some swinging from Springs is intentional. Shamar Springer. Good delivery.
200 comes up in the process. 201 for 6. At least they would be happy to get past 200 at the moment.
And we've seen, and again it goes to the thoughtfulness of bowling. Every time we've seen the Bangladesh bowlers get hit, they follow it up with a short delivery.
Smashing this one over cover for 4. Well, 6. It's gone all the way for 6. Lovely shot there by Shamar Springer.
And Springer, the swinger, according to Visham Lalman, gets that one right and doing exactly what his coaches and teammates would want at this stage of the game. Maybe it's going to force a change in the field, but Springer has done what the other batsmen have been unable to do. He's been able to execute that inside-out shot because the gap has been there. They've been forcing the batsmen to play the ball behind point, and they've covered that area. But once he can get it much more forward of that position, there are runs to be had.
See how Mugdo will respond, and he responds with a short one and wide signal by umpire Tuckett and Taylor.
Yeah, with the very tight rules these days, that one was down the leg side, even though he was under it, way wide of the leg stump. So absolutely wide. Springer begging for the wide, but giving him something to think about, Mugdo. It's a good contest out there.
Springer is certainly going to take him on again. And he does. Back past the bowler for 4.
Where have you been, Shamar Springer? Where were you all innings?
Flat batted shot. Back past Mugdo. Luckily he was out of the way.
I tell you what, Rafael Nadal would have been proud of that shot. Swatted it back. Springer, the one batsman we've seen so far who's been able to find those gaps, being creative.
So fielder at third man coming inside the circle, that's Chowdhury, and the mid-off fielder sent back to long off. Good delivery by Chowdhury.
Yeah, full. Didn't give Springer the opportunity to swing those arms, cramped him up. Good delivery.
Already 13 runs in this over.
Springer, I'm sure, will be looking maybe to capitalize on the fact that they've brought in the fielder off that third man boundary.
Whipped away, doing the right thing. Maybe maintaining strike for the next over. By the end of 46, it's 2-1-3 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, good discipline being shown by the bowler there. He knew that bringing the fielder in, he couldn't afford to be too wide of the off stump. Straight to delivery. But the good news is Springer was able to rotate the strike. He's on strike now in this over. And he very much seems like the man the West Indies are going to depend on to get them some extra runs in these last couple of overs.
For sure. The top scorer today, Teddy Bishop with 60. Chandapur had 43, De Silva 23, and Justin Greaves 36.
It's a left arm medium pace of Chowdhury.
Chowdhury looking to angle the ball away from Springer. Springer happy to give the strike to Brian Charles.
That one surprised me a bit. I thought he would have continued to go after the bowling at this stage, but just allowing Brian Charles the opportunity, see what he can do. Field goes out for Charles
course, they know that the batsman will be hitting with the wind, so they've set that trap out there, that ring of fielders. This one is into the air, over backward point. The third man fielder comes around. Charles would get 2.
Yeah, and hitting with the wind, but with that ball going across Charles, forcing him to hit into the wind there, Vishama. The ball just holding up far enough away from the fielder, third man, that they were able to pick up 2 runs.
So 216 for 6. 3 overs to go after this. They couldn't get up to that 250 run mark. Charles smashing this one uppishly into the hands of Saka. He has to depart for a 3, and that's the 7th wicket down for the West Indies.
So again, the West Indies batsmen just been unable to beat those fielders on the boundary, and Saka, with the shades on, that ball went up into the sun. I'm sure would have helped him be able to get under that delivery. And the Bangladesh fielders have been good all day. They've taken all their catches. They've really supported the fielders. These are the support fielders who are cheering on their mate on the boundary who would have taken that catch.
Here the batsmen to come. Lewis, Sherman Lewis, Marquino Mindley and Anderson Phillip. I think Anderson Phillip is the man who'd be coming out there to join Springer. 2 wickets continue to tumble.
Yeah, 7 wickets down. I thought maybe Springer was the man who was better set to take on the ball, and he gave a chance to Teddy Bishop, but just couldn't get it. Couldn't execute the shot he wanted to.
Yeah, again, as you said earlier, forcing the batsman to hit into the wind, and the ball clearly holding up in the wind, and Saka completed a simple catch to see the back of Brian Charles for 3. Batsmen crossed, so Springer would be on strike for the next delivery. Phillip would be at a non-striker's end. Chaudhary looking to get a couple more wickets here, looking to finish this innings off for the Bangladeshis. Springer turning this one away, looking for 2, and he'll get it easily in the end. Good running by both batsmen. Springer goes on to 20. The score moves on to 218 for 7. Number of these low order batsmen from the West Indies have worked on their batsmen from the West Indies have worked on their batting. Guys like Alzari Joseph, this time Springer can't do much with that. Alzari Joseph, of course, having 49 last night for the West Indies senior team.
As you said, Visham, with a bit of luck, the West Indies can still push on close to that 240, 250 mark. A lot of it down to Springer.
That ends the over. A single to Springer. He moves on to 21 to score. At the end of the 47th over, 219 for the loss of 7.
18 legal deliveries left. A lot can happen in 18 legal deliveries.
We've seen single batsmen score half centuries in 18 deliveries.
That's right. Are we going to see that today, you think, Visham? Is Shamar Springer going to pull one out of the hat?
Well, we'll have to wait and see if he can be a finisher here for the West Indies.
You don't sound too enthusiastic.
I am. And
where's the optimism?
But, I mean, Springer hasn't had the best of series thus far.
So he's owing.
Yes, he's
owing.
Maybe
it's his time now.
But he's done well so far in this game. 21 of 14. Right up into the black hole there from Mugdo.
Mugdo's done well also. It's good delivery here. He knows Springer looking to get after the ball. Getting that one right up. Bringing Philip on to strike, the new batsman. He can strike it, but he's only just walked to the wicket.
He likes to take on the bowling, Anderson Phillip. Too wide there from Mugdo, and rightfully so, umpire Taylor signals.
One more run, extra delivery. Mugdo, the intent, good intent. Just couldn't get that delivery.
Short, and Philip ducking for cover.
And that's like it. Well directed this time from Mugdo. Anderson Phillip probably in the back of his mind saying, well, I have some of that for you guys later on.
Yeah, the West Indies has a good bowling lineup. Expect them to do well. The Bangladeshis has some batsmen in form as well. It's going to be a good finish to this game, I'm sure, this afternoon. But for now, the West Indies looking to up the ante in the back end of the innings.
Really good bowling by Mugdo. So Springer appealing to the square leg, but nothing to be given. That was just a really good ball.
Yeah, good delivery. Well directed again.
Yeah, maybe strained down the leg side a bit, but marginal. The umpire's discretion.
Well, this time Philip looks to take him on and he misses out.
Well, this is good cricket. This is really good cricket. I'm really impressed. Mugdo, and you can see him having a huff and a puff as he walks back to his mark because he's really putting an effort in, and it must be commended. He's really taking away shots from Anderson Phillip. Of course, not a top order batsman. Good bowling.
He's huffing and he's puffing. He'd want to blow the house down for the West Indies. This one smashed into the hands of mid-off, and well, in an attempt to blow the house down, he's picked up a wicket. That of Anderson Phillip.
He's blown the house down. I mean, he worked hard for that wicket, Mugdo. I think he really set it all up with some nice aggressive bowling. Still, this one short again. Anderson Phillip with the extravagant shot, but got very little bat on it, just the toe end of the bat, and an easy catch in the end. Bangladesh, they've picked up their 8th wicket of the innings, and they've really thrown the West Indies onto the back foot now. 221. That's the good news. The good news for the West Indies is they've managed to take the score past 220.
Mohammad Mitun, the man taking the catch, the skipper of the Bangladesh A team. Sherman Lewis has come out to the middle and he's going to be taking strike. The batsman, of course, haven't crossed. Was struck straight to mid-off of Anderson Phillip. 2 overs remaining after this ball has been bowled. Mindley to follow. Markino Mindley getting an opportunity to play today.
Just want to say hello to all the Bangladesh fans all over the world in Bangladesh. Following this game, they'll be really happy with their team's performance so far.
Lewis getting hold of this one. His first delivery. Looking for 2. He'll have to do well. And he gets home in time.
Again, I'm a little bit concerned with the way they push through for that first run. They really need to focus on running that first run hard, because that takes the risk out of the second run. And I think there's I've seen it throughout the innings so far, some hesitation in that first run. They really need to work that out system.
Yeah, normally you'd have to run that first one hard to give yourselves every opportunity of picking up the second or the third. On that occasion, just slowly jogging down to the other end. But gets back in time for the second. Chowdhury is going to bowl the penultimate over of the innings.
Bangladesh still have their eyes set on bowling down the West Indies.
Springer spoons this one into the air. Rakibul coming forward from long on. Can't get there. Springer gets one.
Rakibul just apologizing to Chowdhury, but I don't think there was much chance of him getting to that one. He had to put on the afterburners if he was able to get to that.
It's coming in hard there, Rakibul. I think they'd be happy to be bowling to Lewis. Lewis doing the right thing, getting the single, turning the strike over to Springer, who's set.
Shamar Springer with the opportunity to be a hero.
Shamar Kamal Springer from St. Michael in Barbados. Well, this one is into the air. He could be out. And he is. That's the end of the swinger Springer. Looking to swing that one away into the onside. Chowdhury going across him. And he has to go.
It's gone as easy as Sunday morning on a Saturday afternoon for the Bangladesh team. As I said, they'd have their eyes set on bowling out the West Indies, and they're just one wicket away from that now. So with just about 9 balls left in the innings, Visham, it's instead of getting as much as you can, it'll probably just be a case of the West Indies just trying to play these last 9 deliveries out and seeing if they could just pick up a few more runs. Maybe get to around 230 psychologically.
Yeah, definitely so. 230 from 225. That's 5 runs away. But again, it's only Makino Mindley and Sherman Lewis out there at the moment. The final pair for the West Indies, eh?
Makino Mindley, a fighter. I like this kid, and I say kid, but he's, 27, 28. Been around for a while, but I really like his attitude.
Yeah, he's 27 years of age, Makino Mindley. And in his first-class career, he's had 445 runs in his 42 matches played. Lewis, though, is facing up.
Well, that was good running.
And they get through for 2.
Yeah, I was wondering whether they would risk the second run. They did. Good running in the end, and every single run is valuable in a relatively low-scoring game. They could be very exciting games, and it means every single run is valuable from here on in.
Every run counts. Good to see Lewis and Mindley showing the intent to pick those extra runs up. Good delivery there from Chowdhury. Fuels an appeal. But loud sound of bat onto that. We'll have a look at that again.
Yeah, I think the only thing he may have been able to get out from there would have been bat before wicket.
Is that delivery again from Chowdhury? A good one. That's certainly bat there.
Ever seen a batsman get out bat before?
Full Mindley driving for 1.
An important run again. Every run counts.
So a good spell completed by Mrityunjoy Chaudhary, 2 for 43 in his 10 overs. He's done the job.
Certainly done a job. All the Bangladeshi bowlers have performed really well today, Visham.
Yeah, they have. Even the spinners, Raki bowler San Saifasan, although he didn't pick up a wicket, bowled economical. And he was able to apply some pressure. Stranglehold on the West Indies team in the middle period. Mindley and Lewis looking to finish off this innings here for the West Indies A team. They may not have expected to be out there this time, but they are.
I think Chaudhary has really staked a claim for his position in the squad.
Yeah, definitely.
The senior squad.
Mindley looking to be a bit ambitious there.
And Mogdo continuing with his aggressive short deliveries. I really like how he's come out in these last couple of overs. He's really come out and hit the deck hard.
Shimon Lewis coming down to have a word with Marquino Mindley. So on into the air, Mugdo cannot get to it. I think he's done the right thing, although it's a bit fortuitous. He gets a single.
I was going to say exceptional placement by Mindley.
Don't think they want to get bowled out here, the West Indies.
Certainly not with rain, with the potential for rain and with the potential for Duckworth Lewis coming in. The last thing you want to do is get bowled out.
230 for 9. 240 could be on the cards. Well, rushing on to Lewis, looking for 2. This is exceptional running. An appeal though. Umpire Taylor has a close look, and he says not out.
Well, once again, we see exceptional fielding by these Bangladesh fielders.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a look here. And just makes it in, just crosses that line. But again, another direct hit, Visham.
Yeah, the third for the day. Well, they certainly have the eye on the target. This time he gets better contact there, Lewis. But it allows him to get 1. Finding the fielder.
So just 2 deliveries left. The potential to take the score onto 245 is there. But probably not. Certainly every single run they'll want to get, and they'll hope to pick up at least a couple more.
Mindley flat bats this one past mid-off, and there's a boundary if you ever ask for one.
And that's a big bonus bonus boundary, 237 at this stage of the innings. Like I said, every run can make a difference in the end. So that's a really, really important boundary by Marquino Mindley. And I said I always like the fighting spirit of this fast medium bowler from Jamaica.
Too wide and too short there from Mugdo. He's been good in this last over. Just straying a bit there. Don't think the skipper would be too happy with that. We'll be telling him just to finish this over well here. The final delivery coming up of the innings.
And I'm sure we're going to see a short one. What do you think?
I think so. Short. Mindley is through to the other end quickly, but the West Indies they'd finish on 238 for the loss of 9. The key thing for them, they haven't been bowled out. Good little finish by Mindley and Lewis. Do you think they'll be happy with that score?
I think they'll be happy with where they ended up eventually. I think at the beginning they would have been looking to push on, as you said, well over 250, maybe closer to 300, Visham. But all credit to Bangladesh. They did a phenomenal job in terms of their sticking to their game plan, in terms of backing up their bowlers in the field. So I think in the end, the West Indies will be pleased with 238. It's runs on the board. It's now to strategize, come out with a game plan, the same way Bangladesh would have come out with a game plan and try to contain the Bangladesh batsmen and take the series. It's going to be important, I think. It's a home series for the West Indies. It's going to be important for them to try to win.
Yeah, certainly so. And I think in the break they're going to put their plans into play and then come out and in the next innings and look to make use of that. But for the West Indies, Teddy Bishop top scored with 60. Chanderpaul had 43 and Justin Graves had 36. The bowling, Raja, the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 50 in 10. A superb spell of bowling. Mrityunjoy Chowdhury had 2 for 43 in 10. Islam Mukidul Mugdo, he finished with 1 for 51 in 10 overs. So, the West Indies they finish on 238 for 9. They set the Bangladesh A team 239 for victory. On the other side, we'll have the action, the chase of the Bangladesh A team. Join us some more in about 40 minutes' time. Well, it's chase time. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground for the Bangladesh A team's chase of 239. They have been set that by the West Indies A team after their first innings, courtesy a brilliant knock from Teddy Bishop, 60, and of course some good knocks as well from Chanderpaul and Justin Graves. The man coming out to take first strike for the Bangladesh A team is Mohammad Naeem Sheikh, and the man at the other end, Soumya Sarkar. And the man with the ball in hand for the West Indies, it's Anderson Phillip, who's had a good series thus far. As I say, good afternoon to Mr. Sunil Ramdeen once more.
Good afternoon, Visham. Good afternoon to all of viewers out there. Chase time indeed it is, and we're not talking about Roston Chase. Interesting. Maybe Roston Chase would have been a good addition to this A team as well. Wonder what he's up to these days. Quality young player, Roston, of course. So it's up to the bowlers now. The batsmen, they had a tough time with the Bangladeshi bowlers and fielders executing their game plan really well. Still got to 238 runs on the board. So it's down to the Windies seamers now. You think they're going to be the main factor to determine which way this game and the series goes?
Yeah, just Brian Charles, the lone spinner for the West Indies A team. He could prove to be a handful as well. But for now, it's going to be the all-out pace attack of the West Indies A team in operation. Anderson Phillip, he's done well in this series thus far. He's warming up. Here's Phillip with the first ball. On target straight away, but Naeem Sheikh, he's off and running. 103 in that second one-day match. He's coming off of a brilliant century.
Good form, Bangladesh. They will know very much what they have to do. The West Indies are employing the same strategy that we saw Bangladesh do, bowling around the wicket to the left-handers.
Soumya Sarkar, who didn't have the best of times thus far in this series.
Leaving that mid-wicket position vacant. Visham, easy single there, but that's the shot they probably want them to try to play. Two slips in effect.
Just back of a length, we saw Saka playing on in the last game. He had 15 in the first game, and in that second game he would have went for 6. So not the best of times. Want to correct that, and with a target like 239 on the board, it gives you an opportunity as an opener to really set your stall and go big.
Run rate under 5, just around 4.7, very much attainable, 4.79.
Soumya Sarkar would have played 16 test matches thus far for the Bangladeshis, 61 ODIs and 66 T20 internationals. There's his experience for you.
On the other end, Josh De Silva, he'll want his bowlers to repeat the disciplined performance that we saw the Bangladesh bowlers deliver for their captain Mithun. Anderson Phillip, very much key to this effort.
Too wide there to interest Sarkar, but just inside the guideline. No chance from Pawtucket to signal wide.
Phillip flirting with the extras there. Getting away with it. So far, some good delivery, a good carry through to keeper Joshua De Silva.
Team that wins today wins the series. back of a length this time. So changing it up a bit there, Philip. That's the length he normally operates at. Just back of a good length.
Philip operating from wide of the crease as well. Good line so far. Keeping the Bangladesh batsman honest.
Much better there from Philip to complete the first over. One without loss. Bangladesh looking to get 239 for victory. And the weather has gotten better. The rain has now stayed away. The sun is out. And it looks as though we are going to have a good afternoon of cricket.
And it just requires some discipline from the Bangladesh batsmen, much like we saw from their bowlers. 238 needed in 294 deliveries. But it also requires some good disciplined bowling from the West Indies pacers. And I'm sure they would have taken much away from what they saw Bangladesh do in the field so far. Anderson Phillip, he's been able to replicate that line and just conceding one run in that first over.
Yeah, not a bad first over at all from Anderson Phillip. And the West Indies A team would have gotten good starts from him. And that man from the other end, Sherman Lewis. Sherman Lewis, experienced campaigner as well. And he himself bowled beautifully in this series thus far. Justin Greaves is someone as well who they'd be looking up to today to do well with the ball. Started exceptionally well in this series. Lewis starts with a short one outside the off stump. Springer giving chase. And that looks to be a good piece of fielding to me. And Sheikh gets two.
So Sheikh being able to do what the West Indies batsmen weren't quite able to do, threading that field, and really good shot. The fielders are packed together quite tightly on that offside. Finding the gap, picking up a couple.
Yeah, that was clean from Shamar Springer. This one is into the air. This could be the first wicket for the West Indies A. And it is the big fish of Mohammad Naeem Sheikh.
Well, great work by the bowler Lewis. Really striking a disciplined line, the line he wants to strike immediately. Sheikh looking to be ambitious, looking to play an aggressive shot. Wasn't able to get a hold of that shot at all. Just grew big on him, took the top half of the bat, lobbed up into the air, and an easy catch.
Well, an early wicket for the West Indies A team, something they would have wanted here. And Josh De Silva looks to be very happy with that. Sherman Lewis striking in the very first over that he's bowled. A second delivery as well. And Naeem Sheikh, 103 in the last game, coming in today and just missing out.
Springer, as easy as you like, picking up that catch. It's exactly the start the West Indies would have wanted, knowing that, look, they don't have a massive total on the scoreboard. It's going to be very important to get early wickets, and that's just what Springer has done for his skipper.
Yeah, exactly so. And Lewis using that short pitch delivery to good effect. Looks to be Saif Hassan replacing Mohammad Naeem Sheikh. And he will be on strike, the batsman, not crossing through. Saif Hassan would have had a 146 in the second unofficial test match. This one into the air and just out of the reach of Justin Graves, diving away to his right at backward point.
Ooh, and the oohs and ahs that go up from the fielders. Commendable effort from Graves. Just a bit too far away from him. He put in a real effort just out of his reach.
That's a top effort there from the Barbadian. Justin Graves. He's having a good series. Would have made the series even better if he could have held on to that catch.
Lewis steaming in from the pavilion end.
Bit too wide.
Wide of the off stump. So we certainly, it certainly looks like the West Indies, Visham, will be replicating the game plan that Bangladesh executed so well.
Yeah, and of course they would have noticed that the Bangladesh batsmen at least would not have handled short pitch bowling well in the entirety of the test matches and the 2 one-day matches that have been played thus far. Oh, that's a good delivery. Pitching and moving away from the right-hander.
Well, that one was simply too good to get an edge. One of the deliveries of the day, I dare say. So this West Indies team, West Indies bowlers, they certainly seem up for it, Visham.
Yeah, they do. And when you have a total, a meager total on the board, 238, you would think that you want to get into the game very early. That's what they've done thus far.
We just see Saka having a quick word with Saif as well. So maybe, we're not too sure exactly what the concern is.
Looks to be that the strap on the helmet seemed to have burst. Not sure.
Well, not seeing too much action from the Bangladesh dressing room as yet. Maybe get a replacement out to Saif. And here it comes now.
Yes, just a bit of a break in play. Saif looks to get his helmet replaced. Wasn't struck on the head though.
So the afternoon has cleared up really well. Brilliant sunshine. The West Indies team seem to be in good spirits, certainly up for it. I think we'll be in for quite a good contest this afternoon, Visham.
Yeah, it looks so. And the West Indies are already into the action early on this innings. As we said, courtesy Sherman Lewis. And the Bangladesh team, after the fall of that first wicket, early, just need to recover a bit. Soumya Saka, he's due for runs.
By Taylor seems to be walking across. Maybe he's just saying, lads, let's get on with it.
Saif looks as though he's ready for action again, ensuring that the helmet fits him well.
It's given Lewis a bit of a breather also. He's been steaming in for his 4 deliveries so far.
Slip and a gully in position for Saif Hassan. Down the leg side, a reader not right there from Lewis. A wide signal by the umpire.
Well collected by Joshua Da Silva.
Silva taking the gloves for this series, the limited over series. Imlach had the gloves in the test matches. This one too short, wide again. So 2 extras and 2 deliveries here.
Yeah, it's Lewis just losing it a bit, and sometimes that can happen. We had that little stoppage just now to have the helmet changed, and may have just interfered with the rhythm, tiny bit. Lewis just needs to focus a bit now, and we did talk about the West Indies paces, being careful about how high that short delivery gets up.
Oh, he's gone! Saif Hassan driving at a wide delivery from Sherman Lewis. It takes the outside edge, and the Silva accepts a simple catch.
So big over for Sherman Lewis. Bit of a injudicious shot, I'd say. Hassan trying to go for the big one. Getting some away movement. Lewis, good bowling, stick into that line. And the West Indies, they have struck twice in the second over of this innings. Bangladesh, they reduced to 7 for 2.
Yeah, 2 wickets down already. And how good of an over this is. Well. 2 wickets down in the first 2 overs.
Wides and all. That's a big wicket. Saif, he's been in decent nick so far. So it really important wicket for the West Indies, and exactly what they needed to do. They needed to make inroads into the Bangladesh top and middle order if they were to control the scoring, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, definitely so. Those 2 wides not really hampering Lewis at all after he was able to pick up that wicket of Hassan. So the over comes to an end as well. It's 7 for 2 after 2. Saka yet to get off the mark. And it looks as though Mohammad Mithun, the skipper of the Bangladesh A team, has made his way out to the middle.
So Bangladesh in a spot of bother. 7 for 2, chasing 238 set by the West Indies. Runs on the board.
Lewis, actually Phillip, round the wicket, and Saka on his toes.
Saka still to get off the mark. He's absorbed 6 deliveries so far. That shouldn't bother him. It's early in the innings.
Saka, who would have made his debut for Bangladesh at Khulna in 2015, his test debut. At Shamar Springer warming up. Maybe he'll be into the action soon, who knows? A medium pacer. Saka is off the mark. So in some trouble early, the Bangladesh A team. 2 wickets down. Very first 2 overs, chasing 239 for victory.
Yeah, some consolidation needed now by these 2 batsmen. Saka and Mithun. The skipper, a real fighter.
Yeah, there he is, Mohammad Mithun, getting the gloves ready. 2 slips in position for Anderson Phillip. There's a wide fine leg and a deep backward square leg as well for the surprise short delivery, maybe. Mithun, who has shown glimmers of hope in this series, solid batsman, just haven't been able to push on with the starts that he's gotten.
Well, he'll need to push on for his team today. Phillip, look good so far. Anderson Phillip, bowl a good line. He'll need to maintain that sort of discipline.
Excellent bowling from Phillip. Normally, we see 2 bowlers operating in partnerships. Sometimes, You don't see one of the bowlers getting wickets. You see the other on the other end getting wickets. It's all about bowling in partnerships. One has a different role, that of building up pressure. Maybe that's the role of Anderson Phillip. Who knows?
Well, I think Anderson Phillip, in his mind, his role will be to try to knock a couple over as well. As a bowler, you always want to get wickets. But certainly, keeping the pressure on with a good line and a good length.
Short. Not looking to play at it. Dropping the hands there, Mithun.
And as you said, Visham, fielder set for that occasional short delivery. Their fielders out on the boundary.
Over comes to an end. 3 overs bowled. It's 8 for 2. Bangladesh A batting second. Sherman Lewis would want to continue what he's been doing from that far end. That is picking up wickets.
See, Lewis just getting a couple of words of advice coming off what would have been the fine leg boundary as he continues his spell coming in from the pavilion end.
Excellent stuff from the right arm pacer. Down the leg side, he has that tendency to stray in line at times. So it's the day of the men from Grenada. Teddy Bishop had 60, and now Lewis starting things off quite nicely for the West Indies.
Yeah, we've seen Lewis getting some movement with those deliveries. It's what would have drawn Saif into that edge in his previous over. Just needs to get that line right.
Down the leg side again. The rag falls off as well.
Yeah, he's probably going to want to consider the option of coming around the wicket, Lewis, because I'll tell you, I mean, the fine leg is very wide, and any niggle, any touch on that ball by Saka is going to run away to the boundary.
Yeah, that's Anderson Phillip at fine leg. Is immediately utilizing that towel. Just tells me how hot it is out there. Well, he works it down to fine leg. Only one. I think this partnership is going to be a crucial partnership in this game. Two senior players, Saka and Mohammad Mithun.
Will be, so Lewis continuing to deal in wides. 2 wides in the last over and 2 in this over already. I think he'll be much happier bowling to the right-handed Mithun.
Well, Mithun just telling Lewis to wait a bit as someone just peeked their head out at the side screen. Very particular about his focus, Mohammed Mithun. We've seen that in the series. Bounce and carry through to Joshua Da Silva. And while we have been commending the performances of the players, the umpires, I think we have to say commendations to the groundsmen for the excellent work they have done throughout this series, both the test matches and the limited overs.
Yeah, they always have the ground staff here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium. Kudos to them. They've always done a really good job at preparing this wicket in this field.
Mithun with the French cut and takes the inside edge, goes down to the boundary for 4.
A bit of fortune for the Bangladesh skipper. He won't mind that too much. Well executed French cut.
Well, he's off the mark with that boundary. Maybe that's what he needs to get going in this series with. Who knows? Some luck.
Well, as I said, Hisham, no need to panic for Bangladesh. With that boundary, they're already up to the required run rate.
Mm-hmm.
Just need to focus from here on in.
Soft hands there from Mithun. Just guiding it down to that gully fielder. How will Lewis close the over off? Close it off well. Graves diving away to limit the Bangladeshis. No run on offer. At the end of 4, it's 15 for the loss of 2.
Graves backing up his bowler. Exactly what's required in the circumstances.
When I'm speaking about 2 senior players being out in the middle, Mithun, 31 years of age, Soumya Sarkar, 29 years of age. Still lots of cricket left in these 2 guys. They've played in lots of international cricket already. Lewis is back. And he tests out the centre of the track.
Well left by Sarkar. For a moment, probably thinking he had an opportunity to put that away, but I think opting for the correct shot, Bangladesh, lots of time left in the innings, no need to take any unnecessary risk at this stage. You have a new ball, 2 relatively fresh bowlers. They'd want to be watchful.
Oh, that's more like it from Anderson Phillip. Coming back in a bit there with the angle. Don't want to sit back here, the West Indies. Want to continue to pick up wickets. Can't afford to let these 2 guys settle.
Very much so, Visham. They need to control the run rate, but it's important to get wickets, keep getting wickets as well.
This one played in the air, back past the bowler. Springer giving chase. Oh, a misfield as well. Sarkar. Get through for a comfortable 2 anyway.
Yeah, I had a grab at it. Springer didn't collect the first effort, but no damage done. Or 2 runs always on the cards. And that's what I said, Visham. No need for this pair of Bangladesh batsmen to panic. They just need to remain there. Pick up the odd twos or threes. The run rate is 4.9.
Saka doing the right thing. That's smart. Turning the strike over to Mithun.
As we said during the West Indies innings, every run valuable, every run bringing Bangladesh closer to that target.
Mithun would have had a 12 in the first game, a 28 in the second.
Would stop there by Bishop. And when you look at the equation, 221 and 271 balls, you'd think that for the West Indies to win this game, as you pointed out, Visham, they will have to consistently take wickets.
Yeah, a number of good players in the Bangladesh A-team lineup. Hence, I say you can't afford to settle. Need to continue to be more proactive rather than being reactive. Mithun looking to dispatch that short delivery from Philip. And he gets 1 to finish the over. And at the end of it, it is 19 for the loss of 2. Quiet start for the Bangladesh A team in chase of 239. Early setbacks. If you're just joining us, 2 batsmen to go, Mohammad Naim Sheikh and Saif Hassan. Hence he's 19 for 2 at the moment, and the man who picked up those 2 wickets, Sherman Lewis. It's a good delivery.
I think Mithun had a chance to read the writing on the ball there as it went past his helmet. Maybe just inquiring a little bit about height, but I think he's still uncomfortable. There's a person who's sitting right next to the side screen in a red top. I don't think Mithun is very happy about that at all. I don't know if they're connected with the side screen, and he's insisting that they move, and they don't seem to be budging at all.
Well, that looks as though it's a third umpire Dayton Butler. He is there, he's making his notes. They'll just need to hide behind the side screen now. I don't know how you'll see what's going on. Maybe you'll need to tune into the stream.
Maybe that needs to be referred to the third umpire.
Well, I'm no longer seeing him. Mithun pulling this one forward of square for 1.
And the Grenadian with the famous Grenadian name, Bishop. You know Grenada, the center of world attention, early 1980s.
It's looking to cause some more problems here for the Bangladeshi batsmen. Saka solid behind that, and different angle there from Lewis. He's coming across the left-hander over the wicket, as opposed to Anderson Phillip. He Normally ups to go around the wicket to the left-handers. So two different challenges for Soumya Sarkar. Guided nicely through the gap for 4.
I think right there we're seeing one key difference in the field setting between Joshua Da Silva and Mithun. The Bangladesh, they had covered that third man area throughout. They either had a field on the deep point boundary, on that third man boundary. The West Indies opting to have 2 fielders out on the leg side. I think they're looking to remedy that now, because you really want the bowler to be bowling outside the line of the off. So I really don't see the need for having 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, and now they're pushing Springer down to that third man position.
Yeah, and Imlach has been brought in from the deep backward square leg boundary to a short backward square leg. Just outside the off stump. Good bowling. Yeah, you could afford to allow the batsman to run the ball down to third man. Or if he flashes hard outside the off stump, there is that protection.
That's correct. That boundary was covered almost 95% of the time by the Bangladesh players when they were fielding.
Of course, you'd rather give up a single than a boundary. Boundary releases the pressure. Good delivery. Beating the outside edge. Driving loosely was Sarkar to end the over 24 for 2.
Well, for a moment, you thought Lewis was in for another, very close, drawing Sarkar into that drive. The ball just eluding the outside edge. That's what the West Indies will want to see. And is it a change now from the media centre end?
It looks so. It's going to be Marquino Mindley, it seems. He's enjoyed his time in this series. Not a limited over series. It's the first time we're seeing him in the maroon.
He's enjoyed his time at this end as well. I remember during that first unofficial test, there were some concerns with the run-up from this media centre. And then Mindley said, "Give the ball to me." He ended with figures of 5 for 50 odd in that game. So bowling from an end that he seems to like, Mindley, bowling with the wind over his shoulder.
Would have been the leading wicket taker in the test matches. Marquino Mindley. He's another player in this setup looking to get into that senior West Indies team. And with the spirit that he has shown thus far, the talent that he's exhibited, no doubt that he'll be there soon. Good start. Maybe a bit too wide. Early days.
I know Mindley's a hungry bowler. He always wants to be in the action. Always hungry for wickets. Always up to making a difference. He'll need to make a difference in this game.
Mithun looking to force that one through the offside. It's that part of the afternoon now where the coffee is needed.
Well, certainly, Visham, I'll take a black. Good shot, good feeling from Justin Greaves as well. He had a decent knock during the West Indies innings. I'm sure he'll get a chance with the ball as well, maybe later on. We'll have Big J get us a couple cuppers.
You have hope in that, in Big J. Good looking stroke there from Mithun. No run though.
Yeah, he seems to have a little thing going with Graves at the moment. Minley has held a disciplined line so far with his first 3 deliveries.
He's someone you would normally associate that word with. Very consistent.
Mithun just trying to go for the big shot there. Wasn't up enough to him to play that shot. West Indies won't mind the Bangladesh skipper. Trying to play a few shots. They'll be counting on it actually.
Shot was not on.
That's what I'm talking about. Be happy to see Mithun trying to play a few shots, although he went after that with some real intent. If it had made any contact at all, it could very well have flown away. Either way, because once more, there's no protection on that third man boundary.
Ooh, this one just holding the line. Mithun, knowing where his off stump is, leaves it alone at the end of the over. It's 24 for 2 after 7. Spin early on in the innings, much like we saw from the Bangladeshis when Saif Hassan was introduced. We're going to see Brian Charles. He's going to come into the attack.
Yeah, pretty early on in the attack. What are we seeing here? Just cover and long off and square leg boundaries. That's about it for Brian Charles. He's going to need to be disciplined, and he is with that first delivery.
And he's bowling to his favoured type of batsmen, left-handers.
I thought you were going to say batsman whose name start with S. He would have loved bowling to me then.
Not too sure how you'd have handled him. Some bounce there from Charles.
You know me, Fisher, take a couple steps down the wicket, put it somewhere into the pavilion.
Well, I'd like to see that.
You probably won't.
Oh, playing right across that one there. Hands on head there from Brian Charles.
Yeah, he brought that back into the left-handed Saka, but easy enough to work into the onside, pick up an easy single.
He's been a top performer over the years for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team in the 4-day tournament, the regional 4-day tournament. And he would have been part of that West Indies squad for the 2014 ICC Under-19 World Cup. And he has been around in the West Indies A-team, West Indies President's 11 setup as well. Mithun looking to swing that one away into the heavens, and he misses out.
Yeah, well, they just brought the fielder in from that long on boundary, and Mithun, maybe seeing the opportunity, decided to have a hoik at it, but that one didn't spin, kept low. He's a lucky boy.
This time doing the right thing. Not going to do that again. Just getting a single.
So the run rate has now crept over 5. It's 5.08. Testament to the good job the West Indian bowlers have done so far. Good contest ahead of us. Mindley continues.
Mithun happy to get one again, and Mindley would have, funnily enough, in May of 2018 he would have been selected to play for the Barbados national cricket team in that professional cricket league draft ahead of the 2018-2019 season. Didn't play for Jamaica, but in October of 2019 he was named into Jamaica's squad for the regional Super 50 tournament 2019-2020 season, and he was named in 2020 as one of the 11 reserve players in the West Indies Test squad for that series against England. In England. Excellent work there from Anderson Phillip in the field.
Indeed, that one had 4 written all over it when Saka struck it, but really getting across sharply, Anderson Phillip putting his body on the line and just keeping the batsman down to a single. So Mindley will probably look across and say thank you to his fellow seamer.
Good day and a good time for seamers as well. And in the history of Test cricket, with Rabada going past 250 Test wickets, Kagiso Rabada, that is for South Africa, history has it that only Dale Steyn would have taken fewer balls to get to 250 Test wickets than Kagiso Rabada.
What a result for South Africa yesterday as well, beating the England team by an innings.
So slammed through the offside. Bishop is there, and Mithun gets another one.
That's the important thing, just one. So good tight line by Mindley. First over was a maiden. He's conceded a single off every ball in the second over so far. Sure, he'll want to rectify that.
This is a good looking drive from Saka. Dealing in singles at the moment.
It's all that's needed. 5 singles and over gets them to the run rate. It's right left hand combination, giving the fielder some work. And getting a single every delivery means they have to put in that work.
Good finish to the over there from Marquino Mindley. And at the end of it, it's 30 for the loss of 2. Smell of coffee beams through the commentary box.
Michael displaying his culinary skills. Or should I say his barista skills?
I don't think it's that hard to make a cup of coffee.
Sacrilege, Visham Lalman.
But I'll say
Dare you
thanks.
say it's not that hard to make a good cup of coffee?
I'll say thanks in advance for my cup.
I think, Michael, Visham takes his with marshmallows and chocolates. Some gummy bears on the side.
I think I'll be asking a bit too much of Michael.
Say thank you to Sean Alcinda as well, who's taking good care of us here in the commentary booth.
They've been a bit watchful to Brian Charles, who hasn't had much spin just yet. It's getting the ball to bounce a bit, seem quite prominent on the ball. It's only 9.3 overs old.
Skipper tinkering with his feel a bit. That's an interesting field setting.
Ooh, this one goes past Mithun, goes past the silver as well.
Yeah, the silver just getting up a bit too quickly there. One more to the extras column.
Turned away nicely. This could run away. Philip is giving chase, but the ball will win the race.
That's a really top shot. That's the creativity that we're seeing that the Bangladesh batsmen are bringing to this innings. Clipped away nicely, getting to the pitch of that delivery. And I was just about to say Brian Charles doing a good job, much similar to what Saif did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just straying in line a bit. And have to feel for Brian Charles there, who's done so well in the first couple of deliveries. The power play comes to an end. The first 10, 36 for the loss of 2. Bangladesh, they need a further 203 around some 240 balls. Those 2 wickets lost a concern. I've seen Shamar Springer continuing to warm up at mid-off, maybe sending a message to his skipper, Joshua De Silva.
I don't know if he's warming up as opposed to just doing some stretches. He's been at it since the second over, so one man who should be warmed up by now, Marquinhos Mindley.
Mithun again, who fancies that pull shot a lot. Speaking about the Asia Cup, the qualifying tournament kicked off in Oman with Hong Kong getting a win over Singapore in a very close contest. Hong Kong scoring 148 for 9. Singapore getting up to 140 for 7 after their 20.
Keep your eye on Hong Kong.
Good work at cover.
There's a very famous cartoon character, maybe a couple of years before your time, Bisham, called Hong Kong Fui. Probably wouldn't have heard about that one.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, well, he was the guy before Captain America.
Delicate shot there from Saka. This could be Saka's day to stand up and do something special for Bangladesh.
West Indies, they'll be trying to figure out where they can get that next wicket from.
This time he pulls this one into the air, falling short of the man at deep backward square leg. Not in control, there was Mithun.
So you see what Mithun is trying to do. I mean, look, he was the... When Bangladesh were in the field, he set his field and he bowled a disciplined line, and he's realized that the West Indies are trying to do something similar. So he's trying to mix things up a bit. He's trying to get outside the line. He's trying to play some deliveries. He's trying to change things up a bit.
He's using the crease well, Mohammad Mithun. This time, this is a powerful shot from Saka that brings him a boundary.
Well, that's how you do it. We saw the West Indies, a couple of their players try to play that pull shot and it didn't quite come off. Saka, I think that's well executed. Just over that ball and smashes it past Bishop, who's on the boundary but couldn't stop it.
He comes back well to finish the over. 22 to Saka, 11 to Mithun. It's 43 for 2 after 11. West Indies looking to make things happen here, looking to get a couple more wickets quickly. They're making some field changes at the moment. There's a loud appeal, well, for a short while, and certainly some sound of bat. We've stacked up the onside now, Josh De Silva and the West Indies A team.
Yeah, looking at that, it does give Mithun the option of playing that sweep shot because there's no fine leg. There is a short fine leg, no protection on that boundary.
Chance for a run out at the non-striker's end, but Saka didn't get too far down. Mithun goes high and goes one bounce into the boundary. No, it goes all the way for 6. So a lovely shot there from Mohammad Mithun taking on the off spinner.
Yeah, I was just saying, Visham, I don't know too much about this field placement. It's encouraging Brian Charles to bowl a much straighter line. That mid-wicket boundary down in what you'll call that cow corner area is exposed, and Mithun, once it's over pitch, getting to the pitch of the ball, and he really played that delivery well.
So pulling back the leg there, Brian Charles. Don't want to overpitch again. Some dark clouds building up to the east again. Rain was on the forecast for this afternoon. Hope that it stays away from the ground. Good finish to the over. At the end of it, 49 for 2. This is a nice little rebuilding partnership here by Saka and Mithun as 12 overs have been bowled.
And doing exactly what's required. Mithun recognized that with that 6, they would have been up to the run rate, so didn't take any unnecessary risks after that. It's going along, just keeping that run rate within touch.
So the silver has gotten rid of the helmet, which tells me that Brian Charles could be off for the next over. Looked a bit comfortable against him, to be fair, Mithun and Saka.
I don't know if they got the strategy right with Brian Charles. I think they would have been searching for a wicket, yes. But I don't know if they got it quite on spot in terms of the line they'd asked him to bowl.
So it's a packed offside ring for Soumya Saka, the left-hander, as Minley continues from the media centre end. Backward point, deep extra cover on the boundary, mid-off short cover as well. There's a wide third man field on the boundary. The West Indies made it a bit easy for them, picking up 2 wickets early. But again, not settling. You don't need to settle here now. In order to continue to build pressure, continue to bowl some dot balls. That's what's needed. It's like a flow chart. The dot balls as well. The pressure can be built up and then wickets can come. This is a lovely looking shot. Driven nicely on. Get one there, Saka.
Imlak patrolling that boundary.
50 comes up for the Bangladeshis. 50 for 2.
So after the loss of those early wickets, Bangladesh, they've settled down. Mithun and Saka going along at a decent pace. We'll give Joshua De Silva something to think about.
Good delivery there from Minley outside the off stump. Mithun has been a bit patient at the start of this innings. This paid off. 17 of 34. Saka 23 of 35. Mithun looking to access that boundary on the onside with those pull shots. Not much fans turning up on a Saturday afternoon to view the cricket. Certainly a good contest on hand between both powerful units of the West Indies A and the Bangladesh A team. Good prospects on show as the 13th over comes to an end. 51 for 2. Minley has completed 4 overs, none for 13. And Mithun is on 18. Saka, he is on 23. Going to be a change in the bowling from the Kai Marge end. looks as though the tall Barbadian Justin Graves is going to take up the attack from the Kai Marge. Gregor's pinned that name onto what I've been saying for the last couple of games. I've really latched on to it. Good delivery from Graves to start. Tall man, gets some bounce. Justin Graves. And he's bowling to Muhammad Mitun. Muhammad Mitun, the 31-year-old skipper of the Bangladesh A team. And he would have enjoyed playing for a number of teams over the years in his career. Bishop having some work to do there, limiting Mitun to 1. Mitun would have played for the Bangladesh A team, Bangladesh under 19s, the Bangladesh under 23s as well, and also for the Ghazi Group Chattogram, Kalabagan Krira Chakra, Kulna Royal Bengals, Sylhet Sunrisers as well. Those are just a couple of the teams that he would have participated in tournaments for. Played upish, but safe. Wide of the cover field for 1. .53 for 2.
So Graves, I think, will be, Visham, trying to urge some movement out of this pitch. He's done it before, probably not this exact pitch, and as you said earlier, less grass on it today than we would have seen in the previous games.
Yeah, in the first game, he really put the death rattle on the Bangladesh team. Picked up a 4 for Justin Graves. Had 4 for 25 in 7 overs. Was all over the shop in the last game though. Saka drives elegantly through the offside, and that's 4. Overpitched from Justin Graves and dealt with nicely.
Capitalizing on that overpitch delivery, Saka penetrating that field. That's something we saw the West Indies batsmen trying to do. Saka, he's done it successfully. The shot was there, however, because certainly got a delivery that has to be put away.
Finding Atenese at backward point to end the over. At the end of 14 overs, it is 58 for the loss of 2. Bangladesh A chasing 239 for victory, and it looks as though it's going to be drinks. 181 more needed for the Bangladeshis. We'll take a break, have a drink of water, that is, maybe some coffee as well, and be back with more. Well, action is set to resume after the drinks break here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground in Grosseille, St. Lucia, where the West Indies is looking to defend 238 and Bangladesh looking to get 239 for victory. Change of bowling from the media centre end. Shamar Springer is going to come into the attack. He's going to be bowling to Mohammad Mithun. Welcome back, Sunil Ramdeen.
Springer spent the last 12 overs warming up. So we imagine that he's going to be nice and flexible as he gets this next session of play underway from the media centre end.
58 for 2. A long way away from victory, both teams. Who will lift the trophy? There's some dark clouds, but no real threat to the cricket at the moment. That's normally where the rains come from. Maybe a bit more to the left. Always needs to be afraid when Michael Rupwa is smiling. He knows when the rain is coming.
Good start by Springer for the good entertainment for the crowd that we have in. Really nice start, Springer, using his full height as well.
Don't think the players would be too happy with what they are seeing at the moment. Well, apart from the issue with this side screen. Groundsman going across to the covers. This one spooned into the air. He could be out, Mithun, and he is. What a brilliant catch there by that man, Tevin Imlach. Normally has the gloves in hand. The silver has it today, but Imlach, you beauty.
Well, Mithun had been going at it for some time. He had a couple pop into the air. They avoided Imlach, but this time getting it close enough to the young Guyanese keeper batsman, and in this case, top outfielder. Really good catch.
Normally it's a bit difficult when you're diving forward. There's always a tendency of the ball leaving your hand when the hand hits the ground. But he did well. Good technique.
And that burst of sunshine brings the sunshine back to the Daren Sammy Cricket Stadium as it's forcing its way through the ground. The sun itself wants to get a look at the action down here, telling these clouds to go away.
Well, let's hope the clouds listen. Let's hope the clouds listen. That's what we are thinking.
So that wicket could not have come at a better time for the West Indies, Visham. It had just gotten into a little bit of a routine, and the change of bowling. Shamar Springer, he's the man who's made the breakthrough.
Yeah, he has done well with the bat today, Springer. Coming in with the golden arm and picking up that key breakthrough. But the batsman crossing. Sharat Hussain Deepu, the man coming out to the middle to join Saka. But Saka will be taking strike.
Well, I asked earlier if Springer could be the hero today, and he was out 2 balls later. But now with ball in hand, he has the opportunity once more.
Too wide.
He'll take the dot ball. Springer seems to be enjoying himself out there, and that's good to see. It's always good when a player is in the right mood for it. Helps his game overall. Be encouraged by picking up the wickets of the Bangladesh skipper.
Well, the fielding by the West Indies team thus far has been great.
Looked good. Still leaked a single. In the end, the batsmen were able to cross. And I think ultimately that's what they'll want to try to cut out.
The sun has peeked out. But the clouds are still there, the dark clouds.
So I'm not sure, with the clouds on the horizon and the sun out, I'm not sure what sort of expression Michael has on his face. Looks like a grimace.
Well, the eyes are closed and he's still smiling. That's the expression. At the end of the over, 59 for 3, Bangladesh A. Well, what I'm seeing now is the groundsmen, they are putting on their raincoats. Before they were all normal in their t-shirts. The raincoats are coming out now.
Well, they're clearly seeing this. So they have a view of the side of the ground, the direction that all the weather comes from, which we can't see because of our position. It means that as they look out to the left of us, they're probably seeing quite a covering of cloud, which may be blowing in our direction. We hope blowing away from us, but judging by the actions of the groundsmen, we probably have a little bit of weather coming in. So the West Indies, they'll certainly want to try to make further inroads, should weather be on the horizon, as it appears to be. So Graves continues from the pavilion end, and that one just worked down to third man. Easy single. Saka taking his time, going about his business.
I think Saka needs to be the man to bat through this innings. If Bangladesh A is to go on to win this game, he would be, I think, the key cog in the wheel for them.
And again, Visham, we spoke earlier about knowing what your role is. Particularly in a one-day match. I think T20, the spread between T20 and tests have confused players a little bit in this form of the game. It's a good delivery. Sharp by Justin Graves. You see some reverse swing as it went past the batsman.
Deepu.
Bound to be moisture in the air as well, Visham.
Yep. And Deepu, a very young batsman. So it's a situation that if he stands up and stands up tall and makes runs and gets his team home, this would do his career and confidence a world of good.
Solid in defense. Graves won't mind that.
What the players would mind though is the covers are in the hands of the groundsmen as we speak.
Shahadat Tipu Hussain.
20 years of age. From Chittagong. He's off the mark. Shahadat Hussain Deepu.
Well played. Short delivery. Worked it off his hips. And you can't see it, but we see it. The groundsmen, they've actually picked up the covers now. And they appear to be getting set to run onto the field. You can see it there now. So I guess there is weather coming in. Not from our location. Possibly Matthew might have a better view of that weather.
Well, it seems as though they have known something that the umpires and the players don't know, and all of us don't know, because they have come on quickly. Rain is not here just yet, but it's good to see them getting out there early, advising the umpires that, hey, we need to get those covers on, the rains are coming in.
Yeah, well, no rain, sunshine, but the way the groundsmen are moving, they'll know what the future portends at the moment, and I guess we may see the rain sweeping across the ground shortly. From our position, from our camera position, you can see the rain coming in. That's off in the distance. Still dry here at the moment.
Well, proper prior planning prevents poor performance. 60 for 3.
And now we see the beginning of that rain starting to sweep across the ground, Vishan.
Yeah, and the rain's coming in. So, it's 61 for 3 at the moment, 15.4 overs. Sharat Hussein Deepu has just come out, he's on 1. Shaka, he's on 30. Mithun had 20. They are chasing 239 for victory. That's the situation. Rains are back with us here at the Daren Sammy Cricket Ground. When we have good news and action resumes, we'll be back with more in the chase of the Bangladesh A.
Well, welcome back to the Daren Sammy Stadium. I'm afraid the news is not good. The weather is grim, and the news is also grim. Heavy rains coming in. It means that this match has come to an end. Bangladesh, they've only faced 15.4 overs, 20 overs to constitute a game, which means that this match has been abandoned, and we won't be finishing this game this evening. So honours are shared, as honours were shared in the unofficial test series, which ended with 2 draws. So 1 win apiece in this series. Bangladesh 1 win, Windies 1 win, and this third ODI has been abandoned. Bangladesh chasing 238. They finished on 61 for 3 after 15.4 overs before the rains came, and as they did at the beginning, the weathers had the last say here in St. Lucia at the Daren Sammy Stadium. On behalf of the entire broadcast crew, on behalf of Cricket West Indies, on behalf of the broadcast stream crew, Cricket 360, I want to thank you so much for joining us, not just for this game, but for throughout the entire series. And certainly, we look forward to joining you for future games as well. That's it from us here. I'm Sunil Ramdeen on behalf of Visham Lalman and the entire crew, signing out.